Sound check 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. S12A sound check 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2.
Yes, sir. It's on there.
I don't know. Yeah, man. But if let me do the sound check.
It's on the tin in it. No, man. Don't.
So I sent you a picture, so you can see.
Some check. Some check.
No, some check. Trust me. I mean, just the way you put it on the side. You might be doing something so it does not follow. In front of the table, it falls down.
If it was something some check 1 2. S12A sound check 1 2 1 2.
But this is not bad. What cable are we using? I want to try different cable.
How are you? Let me now greet you properly.
Yeah. What do you say?
It takes time.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose I don't.
Yeah. In seats. I wonder, okay.
That's the one. Yeah, he added some input, but like it didn't change. Okay, but it didn't change what was approved. No, it's fine.
S12A sound check. Oh, S12A sound check 1 2 1 2. I think the sound is better now. S12A 2 1 2. S12A sound check 1 2.
Sound is better, but it's the main part. Yeah.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Sound check S12A sound check 1 2 1 2.
The other day we got a bus from
Testing sound check S12A sound check 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. I can hear it's loud and clear.
No, it's not loud and clear. Don't come here.
Okay.
It's got a bit of a buzz, Dumza.
Ask her to hip in.
Good, Mama. Thanks, eh? Thanks for everything.
Check 1 2 1 2. Some check 1 2 1 2.
What does it want me to do now? Because now this cable, the cable that is working,
Got a buzz.
it's got a buzz. How do I wire this thing? That's fine. But this side, I think I should. I'm gonna side cut because I wanted to. Oh shit! I plugged it. I wish I came this way instead of going there. No, those are the right ones. Two. What's going on again? I can suspect that it might be not. Suspect that it might not be bus from here. It might be bus from the mains. Not an extension. Sort of fellow. Dumza. She's going to walk back. Oh, that mic is on, so he's been listening to us. This is the cave wall. It's a matter of it might be maze. This sounds like maze. How do we do?
Buat tung sa.
Okay, check 1 2 and 2. Yep, the sound check 1 2 and 2. Sound check, sound check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Sound check. S12A sound check 1 2. Testing sound check. S12A sound check 1 2 and 2.
It sounds fine, eh? It sounds fine, but I suspect that the harm that we get, it might be from that plug. And we don't have
Okay,
any.
so what are you using for sound?
I'm using
Are you
that.
using the
I'm using USB.
USB device?
Yeah.
Yes, that's why.
I'm going
Okay.
USB out, but then that buzz that you're getting on the speaker, it might be from the mains outlet. Wabon. So the only thing is we don't have an extension here to get it from a different source.
No, but how bad is the bus?
It's not bad.
Nadima.
But what is the level on the laptop? Can we take it up on the laptop, then try to turn down the speaker a bit?
Tumza, when I'm at the front here by the chair,
Yes.
I don't even hear that buzz. That buzz is it's audible to somebody who's next to the speaker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, to Andy.
Okay. I can see you there. Hello, how are you? Yes, they can see me. Okay, so, S12A sound check 1 2 and 2. I can see AG as well. Sound check 1 2 and 2.
Where we are, we don't even we can't pick it up.
Hybrid sound check 1 2
Nobody
and
is
2.
they mostly sit at the front.
Then that means it's a
S12A 1 2 and 2. Sound check 1 2. S12A sound check 1 2 and 2.
Can we see if we
This sounds exactly like mains.
S12A sound check 1 2 and 2. Testing 1 2. Yeah, I think it's almost time for the meeting. But this hybrid we're testing for 11 o'clock.
Here's another plug here. There's another plug.
Why sugar?
Try and move it.
see you all later? Okay, bye. Are you coming for the
I'm going to Parliament Strat session now.
You coming for the 8th?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Asia. Ina le basi o sa tsenya ra ena.
Good life.
Ona le outlet e nngwe. Yeah. So ina le basi le ang tsa plug a cable le.
I didn't check it that day. This sounds more like mains how to.
Yes.
I don't think it might be the one that I'm using that side. Because remember, I'm going out.
Yes, because of traffic, because of the weather.
Where's that book? That other bag?
But I will be that we will.
Asia.
From this thing. The point ones are. There's a PC that's on this room. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Who are?
Okay, testing sound check. S12A sound check 1 2 and 2.
I will leave it here.
Testing 1 2 3 4 5.
It's
Testing
better.
1, 2.
It's better on channel 2.
On channel 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Sound check S12A 1 2 and 2.
Just talk. I'm going to the front, ne? So Tumza, ukhona wadla?
Okay, sure.
intake for OB.
Yeah.
Right, yes.
This is fancy.
It is. It is.
Honorable members, good morning. Good morning, honorable members, and good morning to you, Advocate Motibi.
Thank you.
You are the committee secretary today, with Sis Ntombi having been deposed in a coup
Yeah.
by the SIU. So please welcome.
Thank you.
But thank you very much. This is a very special occasion because we are signing a memorandum of understanding between the Standing Committee on Public Accounts and the Special Investigating Unit. I think I welcomed you, but not your team. I'd like to welcome the SIU team and other colleagues that are present here today. Like I said, today is a very special day. We are signing a memorandum of understanding between the Standing Committee on Public Accounts and the Special Investigating Unit. I am going to provide some background and context to this agreement, and also set out some of the guardrails that are in place to make sure that the arrangement works in terms of the rules of parliament governing how committees work, the applicable legislation in terms of the Special Investigating Unit, as well as the Constitution, because I think that is very important to set out. But I'm going to start with the kind of problem or issues that necessitate a close working arrangement between the Standing Committee on Public Accounts and the Special Investigating Unit. This does not mean that other agencies are not important. For instance, this committee is the primary client of the Auditor-General's office in general, because we consider all the audit outcomes, we consider all the annual financial statements and so on. So the Constitution does not necessitate an MOU between ourselves and the Office of the Auditor-General. That relationship is built in. There are also other institutions that we work closely with in any event due to the nature of our work, and you would say those are generally either in the application and enforcement of the Public Finance Management Act in particular, such as the National Treasury, the Office of the Accountant General, the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer at the National Treasury, and so on. So there is a multitude of institutions that the Constitution and the law necessitate that we work closely with in any case in the normal course of doing work. The Special Investigating Unit is not a creature that is originally created in the Constitution. However, the Constitution empowers the President to bring into existence one or more special investigating units for a particular purpose, and therefore we have this special investigating unit. I am not going to go on and on about the long history of the special investigating unit. Suffice to say a couple of things. The first is that in terms of this committee, this is not a new agreement. This is a renewal of an agreement that was there in the 6th Parliament when the 7th Parliament began and this committee was constituted. We took a look at, at our work as well as the arrangement that had been there before, and asked ourselves whether it would be the right or wrong thing to continue the relationship. I think if we decided that this relationship is not necessary, the South African public would be a bit alarmed about our seriousness about solving the issues that South Africans are grappling with. That is the first thing. The second thing, though, is that we have also had regard for many presentations by the SIU explaining their work, showing us the progress that has been made in relation to the many issues of maladministration, breaches of the law in various ways, criminal activity, and so on. And I think the value of the SIU to our work is self-evident. And therefore, it makes sense that we should renew this arrangement. I just want to emphasize again that the terms of this Memorandum of Understanding are meant to ensure that each of us cooperate in executing our constitutional mandate. For instance, as much as we would like to investigate and follow each case ourselves, we simply do not have the capacity to do so. We do not have the expertise, we do not have the time, and so on. The right thing to do is to say, what is a sufficiently independent institution within the state that can assist the committee in obtaining the information that it needs to take further action? Secondly, to ensure that other institutions of state receive the same information or more so that they also can take action in terms of the Constitution. So it therefore becomes an important arm of the work that we do. And that is another reason why this arrangement is necessary. The last thing I am going to say on these points is I want to explain to the members of the public who may be watching, in practice, the nature of the problem that South Africans and Parliament in general and the committee in particular encounter. There will be, for instance, a report by the Auditor-General on an entity, and the Auditor-General will say supply chain rules were breached, the state overpaid for contracts, there were project delays, there were all manner of breaches, and on top of it, we cannot locate the assets that were purchased in the procurement that was put in place. Now, we can have people come to Parliament 15 times a year to explain each question. That just says to us we need to get somebody to go and have a look. And the way the process works is that we will then, in terms of this arrangement, let the SIU know what our concerns are and where. And the SIU does what it is meant to do in the law. They look at the same information. They decide that there is enough information here to apply for a proclamation from the President, which they will do. And that proclamation will be evaluated by the Department of Justice, and it will be evaluated by the Presidency, and that proclamation will come into effect if all the legal and other conditions are met, and the SIU begins the investigation. So for those members of the public who may be watching, who do not quite understand how this works, and maybe have no time to go and read the specific agreement itself, that is how our arrangement works. Once that information is available, the committee considers it as well when that information is ready, because the SIU, like all institutions, comes to Parliament to account. Consider the same information, and therefore we call the officials and the minister concerned to say, we now have more detailed information. What was going on here? Has anybody been held accountable? And if it's a minister, we ask the president same questions to say, why are you not doing anything about Minister X? That is the purpose of this whole exercise. So having said that, I just want to again thank the members for their commitment to our constitutional responsibility and being here in numbers to witness this. I really, really thank you for that. I also want to thank you, Advocate Mutibi, and your team. We know that the work you do is creates many difficulties for many of you, professional and personal, in that the people that are doing wrong are very committed to doing wrong. Some of them are very dangerous. They might even want to harm the staff of the Special Investigating Unit, some of them the staff of the Auditor-General and so on. And that is always a concern to us. And I just want to ask you that every time you feel that the level of threat or danger to your staff, to your colleagues, is at an intolerable level because people are in real danger, please, this is also a place where you can come, apart from the other committees of Parliament. And it's our responsibility to make sure that the executive takes appropriate action to make sure that you are able to continue to do your work. So thank you very much, and I'm going to hand over to you, Advocate Mutibi, to then make some remarks, and then we will go and sign. I'm told that they got some nice pens from the Parliament office, from the Parliament shop, to sign. Thank you very much.
Perfect. No, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair of SCOPA and Honorable members of SCOPA. Can I also just extend my greetings to my colleagues from the SIU, the Secretariat members of SCOPA, and members of the media and members of the public. We really would like to thank the Honorable Chair and the Honorable Committee for this opportunity, really to invite us for the renewal and the re-signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. So really, the Chair, you have put it in a manner that all members of the public would possibly understand the rationale for entering into this Memorandum of Understanding. Of course, it was entered into during it was the end of the 6th administration, and this really gives us the opportunity to renew, but the renewal, of course, is also taken into account to what really more we would need to do going forward. Over and above, really just strengthening the relation in terms of ensuring that matters that come from various state institutions are reported to SCOPA, and we bring out all the findings and all the systemic recommendations that we believe that if they are implemented, they would then improve the administration and the practices, and also prevent the incidents of corruption, malpractice, and maladministration. So we are really pleased that we are here today to really mark this improved Memorandum of Understanding. And I say improved because we really thought it appropriate, and we thank the Honorable Chair and the Honorable Committee really for allowing us to contribute and input into this improved Memorandum of Understanding. Honorable Chair, you have put it so well in terms of how is it that SIU really commences with its formal investigations. Of course, in this context of the Memorandum of Understanding, we really look forward to continue supporting SCOPA in its role to monitor and, of course, also investigate matters that are referred to SCOPA. Of course, we'll then take that process, as you indicated, through the proclamation process until it's signed for formal investigation. Honorable Chair and honorable members, you'll see that we suggested an additional paragraph in the Memorandum of Understanding that deals with the secondment of SIU members to various state institutions to then do any other activity that is required. So that secondment paragraph emanates from the provision of the legislation enabling SIU work. In terms of that paragraph and the legislation, SIU is able to second members to various state institutions and will enter into secondment agreements. Now that, Honorable Chair and honorable members, is really going to speed up. It's going to speed up the attention to matters that which the committee will refer to SIU for attention. And how is it that it will speed it up? Because usually we would get the allegations and process them until proclamation. But if we have this provision in the MOU, of course it's in the legislation, we could invoke it anyway. But really I'm glad that it's pronounced in the MOU as well, so that if matters are referred, we are able to engage with the state institutions and say would need to come in quickly, and more often the state institutions and the accounting officers and accounting authorities are agreeable. Of course, there's a caveat to that, that in other instances, the state institutions would sort of be reluctant, but then for reasons that probably would be indicative of the maladministration that would be happening in that institution. But in that case, that's where we would then look up to SCOPA and possibly, to encourage the state institutions themselves to enter into that secondment agreement. Except that the legislation really doesn't envisage a secondment agreement. It really just says we can second the members to the state institutions and do the work. But of course, the secondment agreement is such that we would like it to be structured so that, because we also don't want any sort of lack of cooperation as we do the work. Now, that secondment would speed up the process such that we are able to look at those matters immediately, even though we would not exercise the powers during the proclamation, but we are able to do some work, gather the information, even point out some of the irregularities even at that time, so that when the proclamation is processed parallel to that work, we're able to then say, this work has been done already, and take it up in the proclamation. So we see this really as an opportunity to ensure that the speed to attending to matters is improved. So that's the context in which we have added that. So there are matters that the SCOPA have already referred to the SIU. The National Skills Fund comes to mind, and the intelligence report that was done at ESCOM, and there's other matters that of course have been referred. We are really taking track of where the proclamations are, including the National Skills Fund one. We are seeing that the proclamation are really being signed now from the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development through to the President. The latest one's been signed in this week, or published in this week and gazetted. We look forward to the National Skills Fund proclamation being signed and all others that are still in the pipeline. Honorable Chair, we look forward to sort of stepping up in the work of prevention. The prevention work in the fight against corruption lags behind, and I'm talking across government. So we would like to, amongst others, in this implementing this MOU, also contribute in that space of prevention. And of course, there will be ways and means in which we can do. We look forward to the implementation plan of this MOU, including the prevention work. And that work would come about in various ways. Of course, we do have a draft national corruption prevention and risk management framework that we have drafted at the moment. It's going to go through the, call it, governance process. It will go to the JCPS. It will then ultimately go to cabinet for sign-off, and then it will go for public consultation. That's how we envisage that this process will unfold. Although that framework would be the framework supporting the national anti-corruption strategy implementation. So that will focus on the prevention side. It's a very important work, really, also that, the signatories to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption are really encouraged to focus on prevention. We of course know that the value chain of the fight against corruption would be incomplete if we do not pick up on the prevention side. So we look forward. Part of how we'll trigger, the implementation of the prevention is the systemic recommendations that we make out of our investigations that we also present to SCOPA. We've already started doing some work on the systemic implementation with the state institutions. We want to see it really being improved and implemented more. So once the systemic recommendations are presented, we would then take it to the state institution, work with the state institution, develop a program of action. So that needs to be monitored, whether the control improvements the controls are improving, whether the measures are put in place as recommended. And that also draws me to the role of the AGSA, again, which we have a MOU with, which is a good thing, that as part of implementing this systemic recommendation, we would like the AGSA continuously to assure the state institution, and of course us and SCOPA, that the control environment is improving. And once the control environment improves, it mitigates, the wasteful, irregular, and fruitless expenditure, and thereby improving service delivery on delivering on the areas that the state institutions would deliver. So, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we look forward on that aspect, really being stepping up, and of course we would then understand also the strategy of SCOPA coming out of the strategy session, and really understand how is it that SCOPA also would like to approach, the work of monitoring. How is it that we plug in to ensure that we support that? Honorable Chair, we are mindful. We are really, really mindful that we also have to be held to account. We are mindful of that as we enter in this MOU. We are mindful that we also have to do our work such that we are able to report and account to SCOPA. So, Honorable Chair, really, from the point of view of entering into this MOU, we're really pleased that we've reached this stage, and we can really assure the committee, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that we will execute. The MOU is there for all to read. In that MOU, there's a provision where there's a creation of a structure that would ensure that it monitors the implementation of this MOU. Honorable Chair, the execution really is the important aspect around this memorandum of understanding, and we look forward to the implementation plan being developed and being monitored that it's implemented. Come the end of the year or any other time, SCOPA can evaluate, whether this MOU is effective or not. Honorable Chair, really that's really the few words that I really wanted to say ahead of the signing. We once more thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Motibi. So I am not going to spoil it with further words, except to say to you, thank you once again. And I want to assure the members of the public that one of the things that generally sets SCOPA aside from most other committees is that we are directed to conduct our work in a non-partisan manner. That we do not look to see who heads a particular institution and where they are from. That the questions that we ask and the inquiries that we make into those institutions are informed by the interest of the South African people. And that is why it's important to work with independent institutions so that the South African people continue to trust that the work that is done by this committee is for the right reason. So, and that is why the signing of this MOU is also public, and the terms thereof. The last thing I want to say is the committee will remember, and the committee secretariat will make note of this, that as part of our normal calendar, one of the things we do is we mutually account publicly through the reports that we consider in front of the committee, very specifically areas of work that arose as a result of this commitment that we are making to one another, so that they can see that whether there's progress or not. So thank you very much. We are going to step off. So the process is, I keep having to remember that we're also speaking to the public. So the process is that Advocate Motibi and I will step off here and sit on one of these desks, and then we will sign. Then there will be another member of the committee, and that is the Honorable Skosana, who will step and witness the agreement. And I understand from your side, it will be Advocate Vanara, and then we will shake hands on it, and then our business, this phase of our business, will be done. So thank you very much for your attention. We'll go and do the necessary. Thank you. So I think we've reached the end of the proceedings. Yes, yes. So thank you. We resume again members at 11 with the Auditor General doing a hybrid presentation. Outside, we're going to take a picture. I don't know who's going to take the picture. We'll do the stairs with all the committee. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, what's it?
I don't really think it's in high. I mean, he's going to ask. See the emails. This is going to ask. And then I was going to pass that. I'm what's it? Soling sakit. Dulu dapat sekali labanan jadi mana? Ini. Tapi kan ini kita ini itu. It's a see, there's so many further statements about the airplane, the emails, then I'll tell you, I'm just in 30% of people. Other dedication. Yeah. It's besar lah ada. Muncul kopi. Tapi dan normal saya itu harus
not subtracted anything. She has supplemented a little bit some of the information that we received last night to enhance the questions and the discussion that we have here today. So I am not going to waste any more time because I would like the members to get as much time as possible to engage with the AG. So AG, I'm going to hand over to you, and good morning.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and the Honourable members of SCOPA. Chair, are you able to hear me? And am I audible to the members?
We can't see you yet, but I see the smart people at the back just doing their thing so that we can see you as well.
Okay. All I can do for now is confirm that it is me, Zakari Maluleke, and you're going to have to operate on trust until the visuals come up. Thank you, Honourable Chair, for the opportunity.
Just 1 minute each. It's not, as I understand. They're nearly there. Just give us 1 minute. AG, we are good to go. The presentation is up on screen. I can see myself, and we can see you too.
Okay, great, wonderful. So let me greet you once again, Honourable Chair, and I'd like to greet the Honourable members of SCOPA. And thank you for the opportunity for us to delve a little bit deeper into the audit outcomes for PFMA. And this is now national and provincial government in respect of the year ended March 2024. The individual audit reports would have been tabled by the 30th of September, I beg your pardon, in the parliamentary system, but also even in the provincial legislatures. And indeed, a number of those audit reports have already been the subject of engagement in the parliamentary system. The report I'm sharing with you today deals with our own consolidated analysis of the data, and we've used it to give you a full view of how the cycle looks. So you have a whole of government view, and you're able to then get the benefit of an AGSA that sees every single public institution across institutional boundaries and can look at value chains and service delivery sectors, but also look across the different spheres of government. It is our intention with this report to equip the honourable members of SCOPA with a sense of how the environment looks and with a sense of what the themes might be that should inform the work of oversight over the forthcoming period. We aim to give you this sort of information so that you can shape your program. Honourable Chair.
No, please go ahead, AG. I was asking them to close the door.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let me get straight into it. As you know, the work we do is really informed by our constitutional mandate, which sees us auditing and reporting as independent assurance providers of government. And the work we do is informed by the provisions of the Public Audit Act, specifically Section 20, which sets out exactly what our audit reports ought to deal with. First of all, we're required to deal with an opinion on financial statements, confirming whether or not financial statements are credible. So let's call that the debits and credits. The second thing we're required to do when we conduct our annual mandatory audits is to assess the usefulness and reliability of performance information. That's the service delivery report. And then the last part of our work deals with whether or not in the course of deploying public funds, there has been compliance with the provisions of the law insofar as financial and performance management are concerned. So if an auditee does not have findings of non-compliance, that's material. If they don't have any concerns about the credibility of their financial statements, and we come to a view that their performance report can be relied upon and can be used for monitoring and oversight, that's what then they get what we call an audit, a clean audit, which is an audit opinion that is unqualified on financial statements. and they don't have problems on performance information or compliance. Anything other than a clean audit is not a clean audit. So quite often there's a conflation of the unqualified audit opinion on financial statements with other matters. And sometimes that gets confused with the clean audit. I'd like to just highlight that a clean audit denotes an auditee where financial statements are correct and there aren't any problems on performance information, in that it can be relied upon to monitor and assess the performance of that institution, and there are no matters that we have identified that are material non-compliance. Our audit report in every instance also gives a sense of what the internal control environment is like. And I think that's quite important for me to point that out, because often when we issue audit outcomes, people kind of want to worry only about, is it a clean audit report? Is it unqualified? And there isn't enough attention to the matters related to internal controls. So some of my input today is about highlighting why that is important. And every individual audit report also deals with matters that relate to material irregularities if we have identified them. The fact that we are able to use our audit mandate to look across institutional boundaries, as I've said, and give you a whole of government review is really a privilege in terms of the mandate of the audit office, but also we view it as an invitation for us to keep figuring out how we best equip everyone that has something to do with how government runs with information and recommendations that help them do their work even better. Honorable Chair and honorable members, you've probably seen this slide before, where we point out that in our assessment, every public institution ought to be moving towards embracing the type of controls and management disciplines that make for effective and consistent performance on mandate, that make for accountability processes to happen regularly, and that are characterized by a posture that says they will be transparent in how public affairs are being managed, and there ought to be a focus on building the institutional capacity that will make for strong institutions that do deliver, that are accountable, and that are transparent. And we believe that if there is a posture that says we will be moving towards PATI, as we called it as AGSA, PATI, the culture within the public service will shift. Everyone who has something to do with the public service will start to operate in a slightly different manner, where the tendency isn't to merely comply and tick a box, but it is about actually delivering on the mandate that's been given. The tendency isn't only to appear once or twice in front of SCOPA and then have a huge sigh of relief if the hearing goes well, and then go back to doing things outside of really worrying about how we are progressing towards better performance, better transparency and accountability. And so the work and the insights we share really about that. And I highlight this because as I go through the presentation, you're going to hear a lot of information about things we've done slightly differently than what we used to do before. You'll notice that we went to visit schools and spent a great deal of time at a total of 90 schools, 90, visiting to assess how the school nutrition program is being run, to assess how the scholar transport program is being run, to assess how textbooks are being delivered for particular subjects, to assess how curricula are being run, and also even matters about the competency of maths teachers. Because we've identified that if we can use the fact that we can see every single public institution, and we can start to shape our work and our insights and our recommendations in a way that gets those that run government to really be seized with questions of how they get better delivery and better performance, we'll start to have very different conversations, but importantly, we'll start to have very different action by those that run government. When we deal with this ecosystem of accountability, I'm sure you've seen this a number of times already. I use it only now to merely highlight that the work we've done in the context even of this consolidated report has been such that we went to go and see accounting officers. So the members of FOSAT, the DGs across the country, were privy to this presentation. We've gone to the national executive in the form of cabinet, and we've been able to share this information with them. and now we're engaging within the parliamentary system so that everybody, whether they are in oversight, in the executive or in administration, is equipped with the type of information that does get them to do what they're supposed to do even better. I'll get to the audit outcomes now. I want to start off by highlighting that what we've done is assess the audit performance across the system over the last 5 years, especially given that 2024 marked the very last year of the term of the sixth administration. So we have the opportunity to then reflect on how they've performed since they took office at the end of the 2019 financial year and where they're ending off at the end of 2024. And the messages we're sharing are really about equipping those in the seventh administration as well as those in the seventh parliament with information that can help them shape their work as they go forward so that we get better performance in government. When the sixth administration began, they had 93 clean audits. And if you go to the third line on the slide, you'll see that they had 142 clean audits when we began our analysis. If I can just explain what these rows are. 2018-19 is where they began. 2022-23 is the last financial year. So it's a comparative, which is quite important for us to highlight. And then 2023-24 in the middle of the page, where we've got 142. That was when we began our analysis. Since then, we've completed a few more audits that were late or outstanding for some reason or another when we began our analysis in the middle of September. We've taken the time to then update the numbers on the screen so that we can give you the most relevant and timely information around what the audit outcomes look like. So if I can just focus on the last line for now. 144 clean audits from 93, that's a big jump over the 5 years. And so it tells us that the focus that the sixth administration had on ensuring that we do get more clean audits has started to bear fruit. I want to highlight that at 35% of clean audits, we're really talking about the smaller entities. The 35% clean audits look after 13% of the 2 trillion rand expenditure budget. So it's the smaller auditees that are winning the game on the clean audits, but still a very good set of improvements. There's a block there that says 65. Here we're denoting the number of audits where back in 2018-19 they were clean and have remained clean up to 2024. And this is important because it tells us that there are at least 65 auditees, departments and entities that have been able to maintain clean audits over the period. It's hard to get to a clean audit, probably more difficult to get to a point where you can sustain it over a period. What these 65 audits tell us is that they have instilled the key disciplines and practices that are stable and make for credible financial reporting, such that they are characterized by disciplined financial management. It makes for credible performance reporting so that you can rely on their service delivery report. You can use it as oversight and have a real conversation with that accounting officer on how things have gone. And they have the type of systems and disciplines that make for compliance with the rule of law, particularly in the area of procurement. The next category is this yellow one, which is about unqualified audit opinions on financial statements. So the debits and credits are right. And they have a problem on performance information and or compliance. So this, I want to just highlight that this type of audit outcome is not quite desirable. It's a step in the right direction. At least you can show what you did with the money and get your books looking right. But quite often, by the time we get you to publish credible financial statements, you've relied on the audit process to correct what was submitted. Many of these audits, when we started the audit process, submitted financial statements that were not credible. And then when we picked up errors, they were able to then correct them and publish credible financial statements. So what sometimes gets masked by this this tick of credibility for the unqualified audit opinions is that their financial management practices are not stable. They don't have good in-year reporting processes. You can imagine In a world that's becoming increasingly volatile and uncertain, things change. Budgets are cut, disasters happen, and there has to be a reallocation of budgets. Now, if those decisions are not made based on credible information during the year, it's unlikely that those are quality decisions. So we want to point out that even in the unqualified space, where this yellow zone, financial management practices are weak. The ones in this yellow zone, as I said, don't have good performance management practices, so their performance report is not credible, and also they often struggle with compliance. I'll a bit more about that later on. A combination of the 42% unqualified and 35% clean audits, that makes for 77% of the PFMA cycle at least getting to credible financial statements. It's a good base, but it's a good base from which oversight can now start to drive a different conversation. These ones in the yellow zone, 82 of them have been in the same category for 5 years. So they've stagnated in what is effectively a most undesirable outcome. It tells us that there's an inappropriate level of comfort in this category, and we have to push back against it, because within this category is non-compliance, especially with procurement, such that you end up with leakage. And in this category is poor performance planning, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. Poor performance, poor delivery. So if we are to make sure that the gains we're making on audit outcomes translate into how we live our lives as South Africans, we have to start getting a posture that says more auditees than not ought to be clean audits. Many of these 82 have been in this category for a long time, but also some of them even have only one issue that stands between them and clean audit. So it tells us about the posture we should have and the insistence we should all have. We should be insisting that there be more clean audit. We've identified at least 36 of them with one issue, whether it's about performance reporting, but often about submitting poor quality financial statements. And that's a discipline issue. The financial reporting standards for PFMA are not that complex. So the things that need to be done to get to a credible set of financial statements submitted for audit are not that onerous. And the skill set that's available in the PFMA cycle is generally acceptable to deal with the responsibility. What we have to deal with is discipline and attention to this. The next category of outcomes is the qualified audit opinion. That means that the financial statements have a problem. At least we can identify what that problem is. And there's findings on compliance as well as on performance information. This is an undesirable audit outcome. Many of the big departments sit in this category, and I'll talk about that in a moment. There are 4 adverse audit opinions and 7 disclaimers where we've completed audits. There are still 18 audits outstanding, and I'll talk about that just now, but I want to just make this point that even if we take into account these 18 that are still outstanding, in our assessment, the end result for the 6th administration will be that they moved from 28 disclaimers to 13 disclaimers. Now, disclaimers are completely undesirable, this much we know. It is encouraging that the posture and the attention to dealing with disclaimers has been moving in the right direction. So those are the audit outcomes in terms of the PFMA cycle. All in all, a very good base that can be handed over to the 7th administration for them to attend to. And we would really want to commend the accounting officers and the executive authorities for attending to these matters and for ensuring that we are able to sit where we are now as the 7th administration begins its work. There has to be a step change, however. There has to be greater attention to moving towards much more clean audits and much better delivery and using the public resources in the hands of these stewards in a much, much more responsible way. The next slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, sets out these outstanding audits. So when I indicated on the last slide, we had to do a reconciliation when we began our analysis in September and where we are now. There were 38 audits that were outstanding in the middle of September. We've since then completed many of them. And so we share with you on the slides the outcomes of the audits where we were able to complete, even though the audit was delayed. Often the delays are about some or other disagreement on an interpretation of a prescript or an accounting standard, and we're able to finally resolve these things. So the audit opinions have now been issued. The reports have been tabled. If not, they should be tabled shortly. But you can see the audit outcomes. Pleasing to see that the Competition Commission and the CIDB, the Construction Industry Development Board, ended up as clean audits. But you'll see that the majority of the ones where there were delays did not have desirable audit outcomes. I want to then point out just a couple of messages on the slide. On the bottom left of the slide, there's a box that deals with financial statements that are not being submitted. Too often, when we table audit outcomes, it's easy to gloss over these outstanding audits. So we're being transparent and saying, well, there were some that were delayed and we've dealt with them, but there are others that have a tendency of not submitting financial statements at all or delaying the submission of financial statements. I begin with those that haven't submitted. The SAA group, as you know, has been under business rescue and they're catching up with their submissions now. And that would include the Mango group, the Mango Airlines. There's a few entities in the Northwest that deal with transport. They have not been submitting financial statements for the entire term of the sixth administration. And this needs a particular level of attention from oversight, because we've got to push back on a culture where people get away with not submitting financial statements. As the Auditor-General, I can only audit financial statements that are submitted. If they're not submitted, there's not much more I can do. At Denel, that group has been having its difficulties, some related to cybersecurity incidents, and so they've been struggling to submit financial statements for a while. There's the Coastal TVET College, which for now 3 years has been submitting their financial statements very late, if they do at all. The ones that I believe need your direct attention would be the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. For many years now, they've not been submitting their financials on time, if they submit them at all. Finally, now they seem to be getting that right, but the challenge is that they keep missing the accountability processes in Parliament. They end up not being subject to the type of scrutiny and oversight that is required, especially for an entity that carries such a significant part of the budget and whose impact on our economy, on our human capital, on our young people is so significant, on our institutions of higher learning. So we've got to make sure that there is better attention to NSFAS. Then the South African Post Office also has been struggling to submit financial statements for a long period of time. I'd come to now the ones where the submissions are late. It can happen that there's an incident, whether there's a transition, such as the establishment of a new entity, such as the Border Management Authority, where there's a delay in submitting financial statements. And I don't think that means that I'm not raising an alarm about that. So we just raise it for transparency purposes. That audit has since been completed with a qualified audit opinion. The ones that I believe need specific attention would be the TVET College Taleto, which for 5 years has been submitting late, but more specifically, these big entities. There's no reason why property management trading entities should be submitting financial statements late. The Unemployment Insurance Fund for 5 years has been submitting their financial statements late. And so they never are subjected to the type of scrutiny that they should. The SAA group I've indicated, and then Alex Corp for 5 years now have been submitting their financial statements late, as has the Post Bank. If I would highlight for the attention of SCOPA, it would be that we've got to look much more deeply at the entities that submit their financials late or not at all. I think we can move on to the next slide. We've stripped out what we've called high impact auditees. So that is the departments and entities that have got big service delivery responsibilities. And this is now in key areas that are important for our economy, for our financial sustainability as a country, but also for looking after our healthcare services, education, infrastructure investments in human settlements and transport, as well as in water and sanitation, the ones that look after energy. So these are the big departments. They look after 77% of the budget. So these 204, they look after 77% of the 2 trillion rand budget together. It's departments and entities together. So we're including the SOEs in this group. So we've lifted them out so that you can just have a look and see that, let's call it the quality of the audit outcomes. At the top of the page, you'll see the 2 bars running across the page. These high impact auditees are lagging behind the improvement trend. So that what we are saying is that it is the smaller departments, the ones with regulatory and policy-making responsibilities, that tend to be winning the game on audit outcomes. The ones that are lagging behind are the big departments with key service delivery requirements and with big budgets in their hands. You'll see that the majority of their audit outcomes sit in the unqualified zone, and that's where service delivery starts to look like it's not happening in the way that it should. And that's where procurement often is not happening in the way that it should. And then also quite a few of them in the qualified space. If you look at the departments of health and education across the country, many of them are sitting in the yellow zone as well as in the purple zone. So big departments, big service delivery requirements. If you look at some of the state-owned entities, and I'll come to a slide on that as well, they sit in these high impact auditees, so they need particular attention. So I'm hoping this slide is helpful for you as you consider where to focus your energies going forward. Let's move on to the next one. So here's the outcomes on the state-owned entities. And I'm aware that this wasn't in your slides. It is part of the conversation we had with the Honorable Chair around some of the insights we would want to share with you today. So amongst the state-owned entities, so we audit 15 of the Schedule 2 entities that sit in Schedule 2 of the PFMA. So of these listed entities, listed in the PFMA that is, we audit 15 of them directly, and the others are audited by private sector auditors. The honorable members of SCOPA may recall that over the last 15 years or so, the Office of the AG has been on a journey to take on the audits of the state-owned entities directly. And we've been quite rapid in taking on these audits. The last big one that we've digested is Transnet. Eskom is one that we don't yet audit directly. However, we've got team members from the Office of the AG that work directly with the appointed private sector auditors on that audit as we prepare to take on that audit. 2 of the state-owned entities have got clean audits. Specifically, I want to point out the DBSA. They have had a clean audit for a number of years. And quite often I say that they make the case for us as the AGSA for what a well-run institution looks like. Beyond having clean audits, what we see when we look at DBSA is that the infrastructure projects that they act as implementing agent on, when we inspect those projects, we find that they've gone well rather than not. When there are big projects from an infrastructure point of view that the whole country looks to, quite often there is a knock at the door of the DBSA. The DBSA benefits from a stable, well-capacitated board. And it was interesting to us that there was a transition from the executive leadership level, or at the executive leadership level. It was a well-managed transition, well-planned, well-executed, and there was stability. And so we are able to link quite directly what we see as an audit outcome to how the institution functions. So the things that we expect state-owned entities to do, that the PFMA specifically provides that they do, those things are possible as the DBSA demonstrates year after year. The Air Traffic Navigation Services company has got a clean audit this year. They were audited by a private sector auditor, but we have pointed it out on the slide as one of the listed entities per Schedule 2 of PFMA that does have a clean audit this year. Most of the state-owned entities sit in the unqualified zone. So what are we saying? They're able to get their financial statements right. And I want to highlight that many of them, when we begin our audit process, do not submit quality financial statements for us to audit. Many of them rely on the audit process to correct their financial statements, such as TCTA, year after year. They rely on the audit process to actually correct their financial statements. It sounds like something quite light to point out. I don't believe it is. The fact that you've got an entity that can hire the type of technical skills required to compile quality financial statements should really should really inform the preparation of quality financial statements all through the year. The fact that there's a board, there's an audit committee, there's an internal auditor, really should make for credible financial management practices and financial reporting compliance. It's one thing for there to be an issue on 1 year, a different matter if for each of the 5 years we're talking about, the financials submitted to us for audit had errors. And it raises key questions about the basis of decision-making at the level of the CEO and CFO and senior managers, at the level of the audit committee, or even the board. Because if they do not have credible financial statements on a regular basis, they're not able to make quality decisions. Most of the state-owned entities struggle with compliance. The journey of ensuring that they have the type of internal controls that make for compliance with procurement prescripts is still quite long. And I know that quite often the conversation is about whether or not PFMA rules should apply to state-owned entities. And that may need to change. I'm not making a case for it or not. All I'm saying is, it doesn't matter how progressive a set of rules you have. For as long as you've not spent enough time thinking about who's implementing them, you're not going to get the outcomes you desire. If the discipline of ensuring that at the point of procurement, whatever rules there are being complied, it doesn't matter what the rules are. If there's a culture of not complying, you'll never get the outcomes you want. If there isn't an ability to monitor what's happening at the point of transaction, if the skills of ensuring that the engagement with the market is happening at the right level, if there isn't a tendency to ensure that there is appropriate level of information management systems to inform decision-making so that there is compliance with the rules, we're not going to get the outcomes we desire. So we raise this, especially around the state-owned entities, especially given the current conversation amongst legislators and within the executive and in administration about the need for the rules to change. I would appeal that fine, even if the rules change, there has to be particular attention to what happens at the point of implementation. And you'll see that the unqualified with finding zone has been the most dominant zone throughout the 5 years. There was 8 state-owned entities and unqualified in 2019, 9 last year, 8 this year. So there's a lot of these state-owned entities that don't move out of this unqualified with finding zone, which I do say is undesirable. And then we have, we've got a number of them with audits still outstanding from the time that we did the cutoff for late submissions as well as non-submissions, as I've spoken about before. But I do want to highlight that there's been an improvement over the course of the 5 years in the audit outcomes of state-owned entities. I don't want that to go unsaid. I do want to highlight that there's still a long road to be walked on this one. I'm happy to come back to the state-owned entities if there are specific questions on it. I come now to giving you some insight on what happens with financial statements preparation. When we begin our audit, we get a set of financial statements. Through the audit process, there are corrections to the errors that we identify. And then a better set of financials is then published and is the subject of your oversight work. If we had stopped the audit based on version 1 of the financial statements, instead of saying there are 75% of PFMA auditees that have got credible financial statements, we would be saying only 57 have got credible financial statements. So it tells us that there is some work to be done in instilling good financial management practices. The good outcomes have been informed by attention of internal auditors and audit committees, and that accounts for much of the improvement. The other reason for the improvement is that the finance units have been quite stable over time, and also the financial reporting standards have been quite stable over time. That's all good, and I think that should be maintained going forward. However, there's still some way to go before the institutional capabilities and practices support good financial management throughout the course of the year. The areas where PFMA auditees struggle with financial statements relate to expenditure. Some of them don't report on the expenditure appropriately. So an example would be when we begin the audit, we don't get the records to prove or to confirm what is being put in the financial statements on what's being spent. And that's a discipline issue. It's not a skills issue. And then sometimes we find that PFMA auditees struggle with accounting properly for the assets they have, their property, infrastructure, plant, and equipment. And I'm going to spend a minute just explaining why this is important. If a department or an entity is unable to give us a fixed asset register that shows where their assets are, how many assets they have, what condition those assets are. If they don't have that, and often they don't even have a maintenance plan, this will explain why we have poor management of existing infrastructure and assets. And so what can look like an accountant's problem actually is telling us that there's a management issue around how assets are being looked after. And we're seeing a lot of this in the departments of health, the departments of education, the departments of public works, where the discipline of looking after the assets they do have is not at the level that it should be. So this is not so much a technical issue, but more a management problem. Okay, I'll move on from this slide. I want to now just deal with a similar analysis for performance information or the service delivery information. So every year, the department will come to the portfolio committees in Parliament with a strat plan that includes an annual performance plan, and that includes then a budget, which you then confirm as what's being appropriated to them. And they're supposed to then implement that budget and execute those plans, and then report on a quarterly basis to yourselves and ultimately on an annual basis to yourselves. The annual report is what we audit, the annual performance report. If we get an annual performance report that is not useful or reliable, it tells us that the discipline of planning for performance, monitoring it on a regular basis, reporting on it during the year, those disciplines are quite weak. Even if at the point of starting the audit, we had 48% submitting quality performance report, and then through the audit, they corrected their misstatements, then they published 71% published quality performance reports. We point out the gap between the 48% and the 71% tells us that the management practices during the year are not quite sound. And if you're not able to monitor performance, the ability to really make sure that you are deploying your budget in a way that's consistent with the plan, that ability is quite compromised. So what we do is we look at the annual performance plans, but we also look at the annual performance report. And we've seen, as I said, some improvement over time. So whereas 60% published a quality performance report at the end of from 2019, and now 71% are publishing quality performance reports. So there's been some improvement. There's still quite a long way to go. we've identified the key areas that need attention. Sometimes the achievements that are being reported are not reliable. So if a department says we delivered textbooks to 500 schools, okay, maybe that's too big a number, okay, to 20 schools in a particular area on time, which is an important thing. We would then want evidence to support what's being said in the performance report. Why that's important is so that we can tell you as oversight whether you can rely on that. We're finding that too often, that information we can't verify, and then we say it is unreliable, which makes it difficult for you to assess how that department has performed. We're also finding that the indicators and the targets are not well defined, or they're not verifiable or measurable, which is about the performance planning process that's still quite weak. And then maybe for your specific attention, we're finding that some indicators that are relevant to the mandate of that institution are being excluded from the performance report. And sometimes accounting officers will exclude particular indicators because they don't want an audit finding that says this matter is unverifiable, it's not reliable, because they've not built the systems and the processes to have quality performance information being compiled. So instead of fixing that problem, they rather take it out of the performance report. That's not what we want. You want accounting officers to be building the management practices and processes that make for compilation of credible information that can then be confirmed and be used to account to Parliament and ultimately to citizens. So the things that we believe still need attention going forward, and especially as the 7th administration and the 7th Parliament begin their work, are about making sure that we have a posture of insisting that performance planning be done properly, that the DPME plays an even bigger role together with the offices of the Premier in the provinces of ensuring that there's coordinated and coherent planning for the areas where they have responsibilities. We also believe that the work that's being done in the sectors ought to be strengthened. We've seen that the education, the health, and the human settlement sectors, they've been good at ensuring that they carve out key indicators that are important for the different provincial departments to deal with. And we also believe that there ought to be investment in the information management processes that can compile quality financial information. The reason this is a quality performance information and the skills to ensure that the information is credible on a regular basis. The reason this is important is that a public institution, yes, can get the debits and credits right, but if they're unable to provide transparent, credible information on what they've actually done in pursuit of their mandate and in the execution of the plans that were agreed upon with Parliament, accountability suffers. So this area should not be ignored any further. We've seen that there hasn't been enough attention. Although improved in the 6th administration, there's still a long way to go before the processes within government are characterized by disciplined and consistent attention to this area. I'd like to now deal with the next issue, which is about compliance. You recall when I talked about the unqualified audit opinions with findings, I talked about weaknesses on performance information, but also weaknesses on compliance. So there's a compliance issue that arises when financial statements submitted to us are not credible or are not good quality at the beginning of the audit, because that's a requirement of the PFMA. So we do raise a compliance finding. But as you see on the slide, that the majority of PFMA auditees, a good 60% of them, which is the red on the top graph, red on the top right-hand graph, 60% of the auditees of PFMA have material compliance findings. And many of those findings sit in the area of procurement, of contract management, of consequence management as well, in that when things go wrong, when there is non-compliance, the irregular expenditure framework, which provides for what action should be taken by the accounting officer, those actions are not being done in a manner consistent with the policies and the framework. So And we do believe that compliance, a posture that insists on compliance with the rule of law, a posture that doesn't allow the people to trivialize matters of compliance, would certainly assist in the context of the 7th administration. The next slide. Here we start to then shape key messages that we believe ought to enjoy the direct attention of all those that have leadership responsibilities in this administration. First is the one around the weaknesses in procurement and contract management, and it's really the matters I've just been talking to on the previous slide. The inability to procure in a manner that's consistent with the prescripts does lead to financial loss, does lead to government overpaying for the goods and services that they procure. And I know that sometimes these matters get trivialized. People say, well, it doesn't mean that there's been corruption. It doesn't mean that money's being lost. Well, what we have seen, and especially given the powers we have now, is that where there's a culture of tolerating non-compliance, what does end up happening is that more and more contracts that are entered into are not the type of contracts that deliver value into the public sector. The things we see is that there's poor competition and unfairness in the procurement processes. We see that contract management isn't being attended to appropriately. We've seen that there are awards to suppliers that are owned by employees of the state, which, as you know, is against the public service rules. Although this area is improving, we are still concerned that there are far too many entities where procurement decisions are made in favor of suppliers that have a relationship with employees of the state. And then we're also seeing that irregular expenditure is still much too high across the system, though improving, but much, much too high. As I say, through the procurement, through our new powers, we've been able to link more readily non-compliance with procurement prescripts on the one hand to financial loss on the other hand. Perhaps to give you an example, in the Northern Cape Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, we found that a contract was awarded for farmer support to a bidder that didn't score the highest points. And then what ended up happening is that essentially the department overpaid by 3 million rand relative to what was available on the market, because at the point of decision-making, prescripts were not being complied with. And it just gives you an example, a live example of what happens when these decisions are not made in a manner consistent with the law. And of course, when these things happen, the trust and legitimacy of government processes starts to be compromised. The next area of risk that we believe needs particular attention is on infrastructure delivery, as well as the maintenance of existing infrastructure. Over the past year, we went to visit 143 auditees across the country. That's in provinces as well as projects run by national departments. We focused a lot of our selections on auditees that have got unqualified with findings, those in the yellow zone. Most of our selections went there, and that was deliberate because we want to highlight through insight, through independent, credible insight, on what the impact is of continuing to be too comfortable in that yellow zone. We found that there is poor maintenance of existing infrastructure. We went to visit different infrastructure projects. We went to assess the condition of buildings at schools, of medical facilities, of roads, and we found that the disciplines of maintaining what we do have are quite poor. And it starts with knowing what you have, looking after it, having a maintenance plan that you execute, that you budget for, and that you track. And those disciplines are not in place. And then that leads to the deterioration of existing infrastructure. And then we've also gone to look at new projects. We found that in 64 projects, new projects, 64% of the new projects, 64% of the new projects we looked at, they were being delayed. In fact, the average delay period was actually quite concerning, 34 months as an average delay on projects. And these are projects that cut across water, human settlements, building of infrastructure for schools, etc. So these are projects which have a direct impact on how citizens experience government services, because they see a project that's being delayed year on year on year. We've also seen instances where poor quality work, construction work, is being paid for. And yet when we go to the ground, the quality is really poor and there is no sanction for the contractor. We've also seen that in some instances, there's an investment in infrastructure projects and they're not being brought into use. I've always highlighted a particular example that we found 2 years ago in the Northwest. There was a clinic that was invested in and it was completed and then it sat there not being used. The reason we picked up on this is because we saw the debits and credits in the books and that was fine, but we said, let's go and inspect the asset. When we got there, we found it was not being used. So we raised the issue and followed up. Upon following up, the accounting officer initially said, well, they have not yet hired the people to run that ward or to run that clinic because of a budget issue. And then we kept following up because we said, you're causing harm to the public and you are misusing an existing public resource. And so when we kept following up, eventually they hired the people that they should, and the clinic was brought into use for the benefit of the community. A year later, we went to Witbank, and there we found a neonatal ICU ward that had been invested in 6 years before. It had been, the debits and credits were right, the numbers were fine on the books, and we went to go and inspect. The equipment was there, the ward was there, however, it was not being used for 6 years. Again, we raised the issues, and upon follow-up, it was clear that they simply had not yet hired the people that they should. When we kept following up, they then eventually filled those vacancies and brought that asset into use. The following year, so this 22-23 financial year, we found yet another similar issue. In George Mukhari Hospital here in Gauteng, we found that there had been an investment in 300 ICU beds, and this was part of the Gauteng government's approach to the COVID-19 disaster. And in the midst of that emergency, the Gauteng government decided to rather use the opportunity to increase the capacity of the medical facilities within the province. So part of the investment was on these type of beds, which would then be used, it was foreseen to be used beyond the emergency. 300 of these really high quality ICU beds were invested in. We went to inspect the beds, and the reason we did that is because they were there. Debits and credits were fine. But then we decided that our inquiry ought not to stop there. We went to the wards, we found that the majority of those beds were not being used. Upon inquiry but why are these beds not being used? And yet there are long queues of patients waiting for beds within the same hospital. In response, eventually the accounting officer then brought those beds into commission. So these are the type of things that we're finding, that in the journey of dealing with public resources that are dedicated to infrastructure, there are problems at the point of planning. Another example is that in the Free State, there was a hospital where there was a refurbishment exercise conducted. And for 5 years, the asset was not being brought into use. 22 million rand had been spent. And we kept asking, why are you not using this? Because what we're seeing instead is that it's sitting there and you're not safeguarding it and it's being vandalized. The response was, at the point of planning and designing the refurbishment exercise, they had neglected to cater for the mortuary and the pharmacy. And as a consequence, they could not use that particular hospital. Now, citizens obviously see the investment being made. They see it not being brought into use for their benefit. And then, because it's not being safeguarded, they vandalize it. Unfortunately, unlike the other examples I've given you, in this instance, when we went to follow up, we found that they had not yet acted on our recommendations. So the building had been further vandalized and is going to cost even more to bring that asset into use. And that's a discipline issue around making sure that the needs assessment, the feasibility, the designs, and the budgeting process are done by people who have good skill, who will deliver good quality work, and the type of work that will deliver benefit. We see problems at implementation, where especially because the skill set of managing projects within government is quite poor, there's a reliance on professional services. But then because the people managing those professional service providers don't have the skills and quite often don't have the discipline that's required, they then end up paying for services they don't get. Again, this has to do with healthcare, but this was a road, not a healthcare facilities. Mlambi Hospital in Stegspruit, there was a project put in place in 2020 to build a road, 12 kilometers of road that should lead to the hospital so that you can improve access for patients. 30 million rand has been spent on this project thus far. There is still no road. When we checked what the 30 million rand had been spent on, 22 million rand had been used to pay the consultant. 8 million rand had been paid to a contractor, but there's still no road. So this one is a combination of a skill set, a lack of a skill set to engage with the work of the consultant, but also discipline, because I don't think it's very difficult to start making the right calls before you are paying off 30 million rand of public resources. We're also seeing that the management of projects is not great. Far too many of them are delayed, as I said. Many of them end up being overpaid for because the management of contractors and consultants is very poor. And as a result, we end up spending money that we don't get the benefit from. And then on commissioning, we're seeing that assets are not being brought into use at the appropriate time. I'll move on to the next area of risk that we are pointing out to the 7th administration for their attention, and that is in relation to the IT function of government. We're seeing that there isn't yet enough attention to improving the functioning of IT throughout government. The systems we use are not modernized. The access to our IT systems is not at the appropriate level, and our vulnerabilities in terms of inappropriate access are increasing, especially in a world where risks of cybersecurity are increasing. We're also finding that disciplines of dealing with integrating government databases so that government programs are brought into effective implementation, those disciplines are not yet there. And when we did the real-time audits on COVID, on the COVID response, we pointed this out because we could compare different databases and highlight that the fragmentation of different databases was leading to outcomes that were undesirable. We were able to point out that people who were supposedly deceased in terms of where they are on the National Population Register seemed to be benefiting from grants. Just by way of example, people who were in the Correctional Services database as inmates were benefiting from grants that were not meant to benefit them at the time. So we pointed this out, and the inclination was to say, well, government will deal with this lack of integration on databases. A year ago, we did a similar set of assessments in the higher education and training value chain, and we found that there's still ongoing fragmentation, which impedes progress in terms of actually delivering benefits to citizens in an efficient way. So our concern is that this area does need particular attention. Our invitation to the 7th administration is to worry about the type of skills we have in the ICT function of government, the type of attention we pay to ensuring that we get good quality of spend. We don't pay for software licenses we don't use, such as was the case at the Department of Labor. 230 million rand was paid for licenses that were not being used. We don't end up with IT projects that go uncompleted and yet significant monies are spent. And also ensuring that when we do appoint service providers, we get the very best value for their services. The next area of risk that we have highlighted as needing the attention of the 7th administration is about attending to prudent spend of public resources. When we procure in a manner that's not compliant with the law, we also end up overpaying for goods and services. And sometimes we can tick the boxes, but then we end up overpaying. So it's about ensuring that decisions at the point of procurement are characterized by a sense of prudence on how public resources are being deployed. We also still see that the project management disciplines, as I said, are quite poor, and we end up overpaying for what we don't get. And then there are even poor payment practices. An example would be, and this is one of the entities in the higher education and training sector, the Energy and Water SETA, the Sector Education and Training Authority, paid 75 million rand to a service provider to train young people. And that training was not delivered. We raised it when we saw the money going through the books, and then we asked for evidence to confirm that training had indeed been delivered. When we raised the matter, then there was a response to say that they will follow up and try and get the money back. It's unlikely that the full 75 million rand will be recovered, especially because some time has gone on. But it is these sorts of practices that we ought to push back on, because in the context where we do have fiscal pressure, we do have significant demand for services, we've just got to be that much more prudent. We've also seen that a number of different departments are under financial pressure, especially the departments of education and health in the provinces. Many of them, as I indicated, have got qualified or unqualified audit opinions. And so what it tells us is that their financial and performance management disciplines are not quite firm. And over many, many years, we've reported on this. And what has happened is that they end up using next year's money to pay current year creditors. So they spend money today, and then creditors have to wait until they get the next year's budget. And if this continues year after year, they really essentially build themselves into something of a hole. When we looked at the the health sector, we found that on average, 19% of overspending on budget was prevailing. We saw that if you stripped out some of the items like the cost of employment, etc., you would find that 19% of discretionary spend was actually being done in a way that committed the following year's fund. We're seeing that essentially, maybe just to simplify it, there are 106 departments that have cash shortfalls in the year, meaning that the amount of money that they had access to in the year was less than what they spent. And again, that translates to then making creditors wait an extra period before they can get paid. We've also highlighted two additional risks to the fiscus, one being the claims against government, especially the claims against the provincial departments of health, insofar as medical negligence claims are concerned. The number for those claims is now at 64 billion rand for the year, as at the end of 2024. In 2023, the claims amounted to 75 billion rand. So that reduction is really due to many of the provincial departments cleaning up their databases. The root causes to these claims and the tendency for the claims to escalate because of how they are managed, those have not yet been dealt with appropriately. So it's still an area of risk. Even though the balance is coming down, we attribute the reduction to cleaning up databases. The risks still prevail. Then the other area of risk to financial health is the one on the guarantees that are offered to state-owned enterprises that are not performing. The next slide deals with the last risk that we pointed out, which is about the risk of associated with poor accountability processes and consequence management. And maybe just put very simply, when there's a non-compliance that's been identified and an irregular expenditure that's been reported, the irregular expenditure and consequence management framework provide that the accounting officer must go and investigate the transaction and respond by disciplining or training staff, whatever might be appropriate, strengthening controls if that's what's required, canceling contracts where they're losing money if that's what's required and appropriate, reporting matters to law enforcement if that's what's required based on what their judgment is. And then if they've done that, then they're able to start the process of getting a write-off of the loss, if there is, or a condonement of the expenditure so that it comes out of the irregular expenditure register. So it's not there anymore. The dark blue graphs on the slide tell you about the accumulated balances of irregular expenditure year on year. And you'll see that that's not really shifting. The reason it's not shifting is that accounting officers are not doing what they're supposed to do in terms of the steps I've just mapped out. So they don't end up with matters written off or condoned. What it tells us beyond the number is that the responsiveness to audit findings or to instances of non-compliance is still quite poor. And when there's a problem or a non-compliance or a transgression or poor performance, and you don't act on it, a culture of impunity prevails. And so we keep cautioning that if we don't deal with old irregular expenditure decisively, the number will keep growing, but beyond the number, it tells us about the culture that is entrenched within those institutions. In a world where we have to be much more prudent with the resources we have, where we have to build trust between citizens and government institutions, we best attend to a culture that looks like impunity. The next area is about the material irregularities, and I have to get there quickly because no doubt in the minds of many of the honorable members of SCOPA, the question is arising, but didn't we give this AG more powers? What on earth has happened? The powers that we have, honorable members, require that if we identify a transaction that we believe we assess as non-compliant, if we find an instance of fraud, theft, or breach of fiduciary duty, then what we've got to do is check whether or not it is resulting or likely to result in financial loss, that's material, or it's causing harm to the public or to the institution, or it is leading to a misuse of a public resource. Then we must raise what's called a material irregularity. And an MI, as we call it, is really a different process where we flag the matter for urgent attention by the accounting officer. So that we say to them, out of all the audit findings we've given you, prioritize this. Tell us how you're going to deal with it, because we're going to follow up. If you're not dealing with matters, we will then act. So we then raise the matter with the accounting officer. They tell us what their plan of dealing with it is. And if we are comfortable that their proposed course of action is adequate and appropriate, then we give them the opportunity to do what they're supposed to do, because that's their job. It's only if they fail to act that we will step in by either referring a matter for investigation, which we've done, or issuing a recommendation in the audit report, which is now public report and forms the basis for your oversight work, or taking binding remedial action, and ultimately even issuing a certificate of debt in the name of the accounting officer that has failed to execute on his or her duties. Over the course of the work over the last 5 years, because as you might recall, the law came into effect in 2019, being a law that was enacted by the 5th Parliament. So we journeyed with the 6th Parliament towards dealing with this. We've been able to identify a total of 292 MIs. Of those, 256 relate to matters where there's financial loss, and mostly matters around financial management or procurement management issues. A consolidated amount of losses is estimated at 14 billion rand. And that's the type of MIs we would have identified. We also identified MIs where there was misuse of public resources, such as the underutilization of medical facilities. Some of the examples I gave earlier on would fall into this category. And then we also found MIs where we believe that there was substantial harm being caused to institutions, such as the inability or the failure to submit financial statements. For example, NSFAS, we had to issue with those MIs, and at least there's been responsiveness and those financial statements are coming in. We found that in some of the departments of health, there isn't enough investment in the professional healthcare facilities capacity, So healthcare professionals that are there are inadequate for the task, and that the number of people that are there still doesn't meet what's required. We've raised MIs in that regard, and we're getting some responsiveness with those departments hiring more people so that they can deal with their service delivery obligations. Information communication technology risks were not being managed at the government printing works. In 2021, they failed to submit financial statements on time because they suffered a cybersecurity incident. In 2022, again, they suffered a second cybersecurity incident, leading to them failing to submit financial statements. At that time, we then issued an MI because we said, you are causing harm to the institution by failing to deal with your obligations of securing your IT environment, especially given that you've had the warning shot of the first attack. And so we raised the MI. Since then, there's been responsiveness, and now the financial statements are coming right, and the ICT controls have been tightened. We've also raised matters on other issues, such as weaknesses in how the school nutrition program is being rolled out, instances where road infrastructure is not being maintained, or even where water infrastructure projects are being unduly delayed, causing harm to the public. And we're getting some responsiveness. So I guess I mapped this out to highlight, first of all, what an MI is, but also to give you a sense of how we've applied these powers and to what effect. Maybe just get to the specifics of the effect we've been able to have with the powers. On the next slide, maybe if you look on the top right-hand slide, you'll see that the impact has been that we've been able to get resource protection of a combined 3 billion rand. Although 860 million rand of that 3 billion rand is still in the process of being recovered, there's been protection of losses prevented of 1 billion rand, another 1.5 billion rand of losses actually recovered. Remember, I said 14 billion rand was being lost, so the gap between 14 and 3 is quite large. And so we keep focusing the minds of accounting officers on dealing, yes, with the specific MI we've raised, but also just as urgently sorting out their prevention protocols so that they don't have the same instance of loss. Fortunately, there's been responsiveness. We've seen that the internal controls improvements are coming into place in a number of instances. We've also seen that disciplinary action is being taken as a consequence of us having these powers. Investigations are being instituted, and also contracts are being stopped where money was being lost. These are things that accounting officers should have been dealing with anyway. They should be strengthening controls. It's an obligation in the PFMA. They should be instilling discipline. Again, it's an obligation in the PFMA. They should instill discipline over the people that they supervise. They should investigate matters when there's a transgression that's been identified. And they should take action to protect public resources. So the key question we have to keep asking ourselves, all of us in the accountability ecosystem, is how do we get to a point where accounting officers do their work and are given the space to do their work? Because if we don't get there, we're going to keep trying to chase after money that's being lost, chase after opportunities that are being lost, whether it's training or healthcare or school nutrition. And so our concern is about what these MIs tell us about the environment and what we all need to worry about as we want to change the culture in the public service. Which then gets me to my final slide, which is the one where we deal with our recommendations to the new administration. We've really wanted to invite everyone in the accountability ecosystem, whether they are officials or senior managers or internal auditors or HODs or ministers and NECs, and whether they are in the parliamentary system, to really join hands in dealing with what we've identified as key root causes and even key risks that need attention. First, we've all got to worry about how do we build a culture where there is accountability for delivery, for financial management, for compliance, and that there are consequences when things go wrong. We've all got to work together to ensure that there is a posture that says we will use the resources in our hands much more effectively. And we all have to worry about how do we get to a point where the planning and execution of government programs and projects is done in a well-coordinated and coherent way. The time for building houses by the provincial or national Department of Human Settlements, when the bulk infrastructure that should be put in place by the municipality is not in place, that era must be behind us. We really can ill afford to have instances like that. So we've also highlighted that professionalization of the public sector ought to enjoy primary attention, because we do believe that it is professionals that will instill a culture of accountability and consequence management, that'll look after the resources we have better, that'll plan and execute in a coordinated fashion, that'll have the ability to understand where and how to find the skills that must deal with infrastructure and manage those skills and professionals, and how to even modernize our IT systems. Because if we do that, then we'll be able to get to a point where every public institution is gradually being capacitated with their own institutional capabilities to do what they're supposed to do. And that, honorable members, is the primary recommendation we would make, to really prioritize the implementation of the professionalization framework and to ensure that the key risks we've identified are being attended to, especially as this administration begins its term and it is planning on its 5-year delivery program. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I've now come to the end of my presentation and I'm happy to hand over to you.
AG, thank you so much for providing these insights to the committee, and I particularly appreciate the length of time you have spent on each slide and the examples that you have given on each slide to give us a sense of what you mean with your conclusions, because that's really important for us to get a sense of what it is that you are referring to. I am going to give the honorable members the opportunity to ask you questions. I have quite a few myself, but I will wait for the members so that they can assist me by making it unnecessary for me to ask some of those questions. So I am going to give the members an opportunity to ask you questions, AG. I will maybe take three members at a time. I think let's do that. This is a different interaction, and I think the ability to ask follow-up questions is important in the moment rather than going through, everyone until the end. So I'll start next to me. With the honorable member AG, who at some point was dying to be part of your office. Yes, he said. So you should get us going, Honorable Maduna. I am assuming on your behalf that you do, and then to be Honorable Blose and then Honorable Matlala. And then we will give you AG an opportunity to answer, and they can also ask maybe a follow-up question or two, and then we'll move along in that way. Over to you, Honorable Maduna.
Thanks, Chair. Good day to you, Chair, to the honorable members, our staff, and also AG. No, I do not have many questions, AG, and I think there will be four. I think straight on the slide. Because I think that's where my worry is more, and my attention is more focused on slide 6.
Just say which one that is, Honorable Maduna. Just the title of the slide, so the AG can locate it. She presented more slides. They are in
the outstanding audits by 15th September. Yeah, no, I think it there, Chair, that's the worrying picture for me. And one, I think we must first we must commend the AG, because I think as much as financial audits are important, but I've always had a view that performance audits are more important, because they then give you the whole picture in terms of the resources that you allocate into that particular department or entity, in terms of where do they end up and the impact that they have in the lives of our people on the ground. Because I believe that you can, we've seen this before, you can produce proper financial statements that are in line with a GRAP and other applicable standards. However, it does not serve purpose if what you are doing does not touch or does not impact or seeks to change the imbalances of the past and seeks to be in line with the program of government to ensure that they previously oppressed and have not are brought up to speed. So I think we must commend that first. And then I want to, and then I would have went through okay, obviously we must note as well the improvement that have been observed over the sixth administration, with the slight increase in the clean audits. And also, I think I would have noted that HE speaks about high impact audits, which is the one that we need them to perform, because they are crucial for service delivery, which showed a slower progress. And also, I would have went through the recommendations going forward. I think perhaps my first question to HE would have been around the issue of those that would qualified. I would just go to slide 15. That's where I have questions, just one or two questions. I don't have many questions, but I think my first question, it just comes into my head. In those that would have received a qualified audit opinion, I think most of them would have mentioned that they usually have issues with performance audits, the quality of their performance information, completeness, and so on and so on. I just wanted to check, are mostly of them, when you make your analysis, their performance audit information, is it in line with the mandate that particular department or entity would have been given? Basically what I'm asking is that their targets are speaking to the mandate that as a department or as a government department they would have been given. Because I think it's useless for you, for instance, for transport, to say that you have achieved 100%, whereas the roads are not there on the ground. So that is what basically I'm asking. For instance, as AG was presenting, I was just going through a report that I would have requested, because I had particular interest in land and agriculture, a Bank of South Africa. I was going through their previous financial year 2022-2023 integrated report, and I'm seeing that they have one indicator, of which I believe it's one of their commandees, because we appreciate in South Africa that black people had been previously oppressed, and part of the institutions like land and agriculture, the development bank would be that they must assist young people in order to be able to access land so that they can access the industry in that agricultural space. And now I'm saying that there was one target that they would have of about 750 million of ensuring that they give loans to the previously disadvantaged, which is generally black people. And out of that target, I think they only gave about 46 million. And I'm thinking, so what is, okay, as much as I see now that they are also submitting late their financial statements, of which it tells me something more about the institution. Now I'm questioning, but what is the use of having them if they are not assisting the previously disadvantaged to be able to catch up with those that had already been there in the agricultural industry? What is the future that we're looking at, Chair? Because it has been previously alleged that, for instance, 70 to 80% of their loan book consists of the previously those that would have had a fair opportunity to strive even previously. Now you question yourself, and in situations like that, let's say for instance, you give them an audit, but what is the use of a clean audit if they are not assisting or they are not delivering on the mandate that the institution is supposed to deliver? So that my question was in those lines, along those lines, that to this scorecard of this institution includes what is part of their key mandate, because I believe it's very important that we look at it. And just as a comment, I think also on project management, I'm happy that HE correctly covers it, but I also want to expand it and say that perhaps also in the SCM, we are also facing the same issue. Because, okay, recently I know that they've introduced some regulation that require that if you work at finance, you must have a finance-related degree or diploma. Because you would previously find someone with a tourism, but it's a SCM in sourcing administrator, with someone with PR, some different qualification, but is working in that department. I think also with project management, that's the problem, Chair, that we are facing. Because you would find, you would go to especially with municipalities and entities, you would go there, find a project management unit, but you won't even find one engineer, including the head is not an engineer. And it becomes worse at the municipalities. You find that the entire infrastructure, the only person with a degree, I'm not speaking about the engineer, with a degree of engineering is the executive manager or a director. But the rest of the staff, including your project manager, have diplomas and all that. So these people obviously are not adequately exposed in order for them to ensure that they overlook or oversee a project, the professional service over project development. So I think those are perhaps some of the things that we must look at. And I think what I'm taking also from the report is that obviously, as always, there's always a problem with SCM and contracts management. But now I wanted to check, obviously, I think we agree with HE. We need to embark on a moral regeneration program. We have a problem of people that I just don't want to be ethical, especially in the government space. And that is something that we need to speak about. How do we regenerate? How do we then move forward? But I wanted to check, HE, what is your role in terms of the whistleblowers, especially in their protection? Because I think that's one space that we hardly speak about. But yes, we must agree with you that there are good South Africans that report when these things are happening. But oftentimes we end up getting reports that they've been shot, they are dead, some of them are hiding for their lives and all that. So I just wanted to check what is the role of HE when it comes to whistleblowers, whistleblower protection, and so on. You can then expand. I think as a parting shot on the slide that I would have asked to be opened, HE. I want to check the Northwest Transport Investment Group. Are you saying to us it has not submitted at all for the previous 5 years and it's been getting its allocation from the fiscals in terms of the grants that they are supposed to get? Also, I think I see the usual suspects on the list of those who have not submitted that obviously would have encountered, like Daniel, people that you know that there's a lot of challenges. But my worry now becomes here. In the previous financial year, HE, because I see a lot of entities here that government would have previously bailed out in the previous financial years. But I want to check on overall, were these bailouts used to pay for these shortfalls in these entities, or they were used for what they were asked for, which is the turnaround strategies that they usually present. And I think those that submit late as well, I think it's worrisome that you see Ngunyama Krusty there, the TVET colleges, obviously the land and Agricultural Bank of South Africa, I'm not very fond of them because I believe that they are not doing what they are supposed to be doing. It can't be that when you have young black people who are unemployed who want to access the agricultural industry, there's a bank that does not achieve its own targets that it would have created in as far as empowering black people to ensure that they give them loans. And I believe they tend to operate more like a bank and not like a development bank, which is, I think, is a problem. I think, HE, that was that from me, Chair. I do not think there's anything that I would be leaving out. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Maduna. Honorable Blossom.
Yeah. Is this thing on? Yeah. All right. No, thanks, Chair. I mean, as always, we welcome the reports from the AG, very open and transparent. And thanks again for the presentation. Look, Chair, I think maybe even for myself, it's a very comprehensive report, and it gives us a scope, a sort of a broader understanding of the depth of the crisis that we are facing. And you can see that the AG, in as far as she's pointing out where the limitations are within the system, but she's also calling, for a moral obligation amongst the people who preside over these state entities. And my call would then to say, in order to support the AG, we might need to make a call to the people of South Africa to say they might as well need to change their government. Because these people are from the same pot, so that's why the moral obligation is not the AG. The people who preside over this thing, they come from the same pot. But on a lighter note, Honorable Skosan. Yeah, look, let me start where the AG ended. And in terms of the recommendations, culture of no accountability and consequence. And I think that's where the problem is. Because you are not going to get rid of this culture of unaccountability if there's no consequence. And because people are found to be in the wrong, the reports are there, but additionally, recommendations for consequence management are done. And those consequences are also not implicated. So my question then is that, what then do we do, even as SCOPA, or maybe the AG can speak to that, to say, how can we then assist her to ensure that consequences for non-compliance are adhered to? I think if we can, enforce these consequences and ensure that the culture of accountability is frowned upon, those who then come and preside over these entities will know that there are serious consequences for non-compliance. Look, Chair, there was a slide that the SG spoke about, said there was improvement in terms of clean audits. I think in the previous year it was sitting at 93, there was a jump now at 144. But what is also worrying is that the impact of that is not felt in the fiscal, because it's majority the small entities that are complying. But what that tells us is that it gives us hope to say that there are entities that actually do comply. So it's not that complying is something that is impossible. There are entities that comply. And there are actually 65 entities that have kept the standards of clean audits. So it's something that is there that is possible, that can be done. It just says that there are those who have got this culture of non-compliance and who refuse to be compliant. And we might just need to zoom into that. And Chair, there are always going to be red flags in terms of these entities. If you look at the slide that Honorable Maduna was speaking about in terms of the outstanding audits, already there you can tell, because these are the problems where we are. People who are submitting financial statements late, people who are not submitting financial statements at all, but we repeatedly give them money year in and year out. And these are the big entities that actually make the biggest contribution in terms of non-compliance, where then you find that in majority of the MIs, resulting actually in financial loss, these are the entities that are found to be there. I'm quite interested, Chair, in Alesco, because there's also I don't know if the AG can speak to this. I think there is a proclamation on Alesco that the SIU is looking at. And I would want a report from that as well, from the SIU, in terms of them being non-compliant. I don't know if the AG can speak to this, because I can see she flagged them out as here as well, to say that they've submitted their financial statement late. But even in the previous years of reporting, I don't think that Alesco in the past 3 to 5 years have actually gotten a clean audit. So I want the AG maybe just to come into that, give us a more in-depth understanding in terms of Alesco, because I think it's another entity that is really not giving us anything, and it presides over a very strategic asset of the country. And the others, your student NSFAS, those are the Daniel and everything else. Those are the main culprits that we are actually even as SCOPA zooming into. But if Alesco is also one of those, we might just need to rope them in and zoom into them and ensure that we pay attention in terms of what's happening there. And then, Chair, the AG made an example of a road that was supposedly to be built somewhere, and 30 million rand was paid, but if you go and look, there's still no road. It actually reminds me, during our oversight week in October, I got a tip-off for a sports complex that was built, that is supposedly being built in Mtubatuga. And they've paid about 5 or 6 million rand for phase 1 of the project. Now they've approved phase 2 for that sports complex. But on the ground where this sports complex is supposed to be built, nothing has happened. But they've spent money for phase 1, which is about 5 million. And when I wanted to go there for an oversight, then we got some threats there. We got a tip-off. We needed to withdraw so that we can beef up security and go back. But we are going to go back there. And I'm highlighting this because it speaks to what the AG was saying in one of the slides, that there are projects that are paid, but the state does not get any value for money, because projects are paid for, but they are non-existent. And I really don't understand how people preside over such things, and they allow those things to happen, where there's continuous payment of services, but there's no service or there's no value for money that actually comes in for the state. So those things are really troublesome, and those are the things that end up in the MIs as financial loss to the state. And then lastly, Chair, maybe as a departure again, just mainly comment. I really don't understand why we have a state that has got outdated IT infrastructure. We've got a state that does not have an integrated IT infrastructure, a state that does not speak to each other. It's one of the things that the AG is highlighting here, whereby some of these entities cry foul about cyber securities and being hacked and all of those things. And I think it was PRASA that told us about payments or someone getting paid through HR or through payroll because of cyber security breaches and all of that. I really don't understand. We are embracing fourth industrial revolution, but as a state, we are unable to protect, our systems through updated IT infrastructure. I don't understand why we are so backdated as a country, or this is actually deliberate. So this is an actually direct question, AG, that when you find these excuses, if I may put it that way, that no, we couldn't comply here because we were ahead, because our IT system is old, And I mean, even CETA, state-owned, the state entity in telecommunications, also cries foul about such things. So do you find this, the state information technology agencies cries foul about the same things? Do you find it, AG, that is it a deliberate miscompliance that they don't want to update the system because it works in their favor to be non-compliant and to continue loot the state? Or really, are we really that backdated as a country that we cannot protect our IT infrastructure, we cannot update our IT infrastructure, and we cannot put systems in place that will ensure that we protect our information and everything else? Yeah, I think I'll end there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Plus. Honorable Madlala, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to the AG. I just have a few comments, not so much questions. I think the first comment will be that I think the reflection on the report, one is pleased where there are areas of improvements. And if anything, those areas of improvement demonstrate that there is capacity in these institutions to do the right thing, which is what I insist and will always insist. It's not an issue of incapacity. It's an issue of a culture of unwillingness, of complacency, a laissez-faire kind of an attitude, a lack of consequence management, and all of those issues. So we're happy where we're seeing improvements, and we know that we can get the entire environment into a space of compliance. We just need to improve the pace at which some of these things are done and they are corrected. And I think Umaduna is still a young lion, so I don't know, they have become so patient now with systems. The pace at which we are traveling is a very chameleon pace. It's a very slow, you know, we're moving far, we're moving somewhere. So it's an issue that when there are performance agreements, the CEOs and everyone is responsible knows their targets. Part of them is submitting your financials. If you don't submit them, it's a misconduct issue. You must be disciplined, and we must not accept excuses. You know, because the more we accept excuses, we allow people another opportunity to submit documents which they did not submit, which they had known that they're supposed to submit, and then we find a way to work around improving their status because now they've submitted, because we have to run behind people, and that is not a radical approach to getting people to do what they need to do. Even if we as SCOPA target or make follow-ups to 2 or 3 institutions and clean them up a year, for me that will be fine. But we need to move from a situation where we go brush over things and we move on, we try to take up as much as we can, and we still leave things behind. So my other comment is on the overall, on the performance model for government and for all these institutions. You see, what the AG was speaking about is something we've experienced in many other areas, where there is no link between what was delivered and the benefit to the community. So whoever is supposed to build a hall, tick, has built a hall, gets a performance bonus, gets whatever reward, they get their money is paid. Whoever was a project manager, the hall is there, it's done. But the hall is not operational on the ground. We've had similar situations where housing will go and say, human settlement was supposed to build 100 units, we have done that. But the units don't have electricity. And human settlement says, no, it's not my problem, I'm not electricity. Electricity is supposed to build that. And water is not there, and infrastructure to go into those housing, human settlements is not there. And there is no coordinated, systematic government approach to ensure that the end user, who is the sole reason why the RDP house was built, actually gets to access it and it gets to work and deliver the desired output. So I think we need to have a discussion around that, whether it's there, it's not implemented, or it's not there, but to have uniformity amongst government entities in terms of what is the output that you are expecting? So ticking a box in terms of your key performance area or indicators that you have done ABCD, if it does not yield to the end result because another department is responsible for that, we must be able to also link that to your own performance, because to what use has then your deliverable been. So I think it's a performance model issue. Maybe the AG may comment on that if the model facilitates for the output to be delivered and the results to be seen, but people then are not doing it, or if it doesn't do it, and then we need to look into that and standardize it across all institutions to ensure that our focus is not just on your key performance area. Our focus is on the output. If it is people getting helped in the clinic, that is our focus. So if you build a wall, if you hire, whatever components are involved in the entire value chain, we must be able to hold everyone involved in that in terms of the output. To say, at the end of the day, are people getting assisted in a clinic that you were designed to build? Because otherwise, then all departments do their bit and they say, we have completed our task for the year. Whether it ends there or the entire goal is achieved, it becomes nobody else's business. And now we must follow people around, because we must fix things into the system more than relying on ourselves. The work that we put in, or that we want to put in for the next whatever years, must be such that we establish functional systems that do not need individuals to run behind. Otherwise, we're going to have oversight committees over oversight committees, this one monitoring that one, and so forth and so on. But the system that we put in place must be able to do that, and we must just go and measure the output. Which brings me to the second last point, Chair, which is what I spoke to you about, and I want to lobby the committee on. The importance of our oversight responsibility being a 360-degree kind of an oversight, where we engage with the community, we engage with organized labor, we engage with management, because in the few visits that we have done, we've only met with management and the board and did a walkabout. We did not engage organized labor to find out what is their understanding, what is their feeling of the environment. Neither did we engage the communities, to some extent, to say, the people who are supposed to be at the receiving end of this thing, how do they feel about these issues? So that we can get a full picture, because technocrats in their nature would want to paint an image of a fairly running institution, everything is in order, they have a turnaround strategy and so forth. But when you engage labor, or when you go to the community, which is the end user of the services, more often than not, you'll find that there's a different perception, or there's a different understanding of the deliverables of these entities or institutions or municipalities, or whichever is the case. So I want to just lobby that we do look into that, and then we answer the question to ourselves, which I've posed also before, of the degree of authority our recommendations hold in an event that you find that there is deliberate non-responsiveness to recommendations. The AG makes recommendations, the SIU makes recommendations, nobody does anything, these things are brought to the ministers. To what level is our responsibility and authority in terms of ensuring that there's enforcement of these issues, so that we deal with one issue at a time and once and for all, and we don't deal with it leaving hanging and hope that someone will effect, and some months down the line we come back to the same issue and are followed by media reports after we have left that there's more damage that is happening in these particular institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. AG, let me give you an opportunity to respond, and then we'll take the next round.
Yes, the Northwest Transport Group has not submitted financials for over the 5 years. Initially, they said that they had moved towards implementing IFRS, which is the International Financial Reporting Accounting Standards, and then they struggled to get that right. The province has got an administrator in those entities, I believe. However, we've not yet seen a turnaround in terms of their compliance with their obligations to support financial statements. On the land bank, which is the one you were talking about, they submitted late this time around, although they're not a perennial late submitter. they have an unqualified audit opinion with findings on compliance and on performance information. In terms of their performance, I think like any other entity, what we're seeing is that there isn't enough attention to the type of indicators, performance indicators that are included in the performance plan that parliamentarians approve. To ensure that those indicators really talk to the critical things that are consistent with the mandate of that institution. And also the annual performance plan that's approved by Parliament also has got targets. All we can do as an office of the AG is highlight weaknesses in the indicator, whether they're not incomplete or whether they are inconsistent with the mandate. But the targets in many instances are the purview of those that run the institution as well as yourselves as Parliament. So my invitation to you is to pay particular attention to the indicators and the targets that you are approving when you approve the budget. And then pay attention to the performance report that's then tabled for your attention, to say that what are they reporting as their achievements against the target? And then check the narration of what the reason is. So if they were supposed to issue, let's call it 500 million rand of loans to emerging Black farmers, as per what you've agreed, and they come back and say, well, we've had financial pressure, we've had a liquidity crunch, we had to spend time reorganizing our balance sheet, so we couldn't spend 500 million rand, but we spent 20 million rand. At least you can have a conversation with them and start to map a way forward. That's what the work should be, and that's what we would encourage all of us to really focus on. As the AGSA, I think what we're getting better and better at is to incorporate our insights into the briefings we offer you as SCOPA, but also even in the context of the portfolio committees, so that you can have the benefit of our own insight based on the audits that we've conducted. In terms of your observation that there needs to be investment in the skills and the professional and technical skills of people in SCM/procurement, as well as in project management, I agree wholeheartedly. There has to be an investment like that across the system. Whistleblowers, yes, we do receive input and submissions from whistleblowers. We have a mechanism in-house to deal with that, and we respond to them either directly where we are able to do so in terms of what course of action we will take. Sometimes the information they share is about matters we can incorporate into our audit, and then when we are able to do so, then we do and we report on it. Sometimes it's matters that are not in the realm or scope of our audit work. In those instances, we will then do our best to refer them to the most appropriate public body or state institution that will be able to deal with the matter they're raising. Because you are right, there are whistleblowers that want to do good, that are going out on a limb to bring matters to the attention of institutions such as ours. We have a responsibility to protect them and to work with the information that they give us, to do so responsibly and also in accordance with our mandate. Where it's outside of our mandate, we do refer. State-owned entities, some of them have got financial difficulties, some of them have got liquidity issues. And so what we find is that where they get bailouts and or guarantees from the fiscus, often there's a turnaround plan that's agreed upon. What we find is that turnaround plan is being implemented. And sometimes there's very slow progress to implementing that turnaround plan. So that's an area of government, of governance that remains somewhat weak in the system. Honorable Blosse, I agree that there must be much better consequences for non-compliance, especially with late or non-submissions, as you pointed out. Alex Core has had a disclaimer of audit opinion in the last audit that we completed, but they do keep submitting late, which is an accountability and governance problem. In terms of the work that the SIU may be doing there, I think they will be best placed to respond to it. On rolling out infrastructure, I think there must be professionals within government, but also in terms of how the professionals in the public space, in the private space deal with government, that also has to improve. And so the work within the government institutions has also got to be supported by proper oversight by internal audit and the audit committees. My suggestion is that when you are overseeing a department or an entity that has got infrastructure delivery programs, do ask of that accounting officer or accounting authority, being the board, do ask them, what manner of controls do you have to monitor that the money you are spending on infrastructure projects will deliver value? And can the internal auditors and the audit committee confirm that they will be monitoring the effectiveness of those controls? And then when we come as Auditor-General at the end of the year, we'll be able to give you a sense of whether the responses you're getting from the accounting officer and or the internal auditors are actually assisting you and assisting the system to improve the quality of spend on infrastructure. On the IT function, Honorable Blosse, I think what we're seeing is that CETA remains a problem. It is an entity that has got governance challenges, instability of management for a long time. They've had a disclaimer of audit opinion for many, many years. And their ability to deliver on their mandate is quite compromised and has been so for a long time. So the entire ecosystem of delivering IT functionality in government does need attention. Not just CETA itself, which is an important part of the story, but even where government institutions get an exemption to procure directly from the private sector for IT services, they do so quite badly. So my sense is that, yes, we've got to look at CETA, but there are other problems in the system as well. There has to be much greater attention and decisive action on it. Honorable Madala, I think what's crucial is that there's got to be a focus on what is being planned at the center over the 5 years, what's being allocated to different entities and departments in government, and how is that being monitored. And it's a good thing that now the 7th administration is starting to formulate its 5-year plan. It's also a good thing that the DPME is playing a much more important role now in terms of supporting the system on planning and coordinating their plans. I believe that the portfolio committees, in particular within the parliamentary system, can play a big role if they attend to their quarterly engagements with accounting officers in a much more organized and informed way. If they actually look at performance and they assess and confirm and have the type of oversight conversations that do drive accountability. We are always here to give what we can, but I do believe that those quarterly reporting processes ought to improve within the administration, the executive, and with oversight. I hope that assists as responses to the questions and comments made thus far. I'll hand back to you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, AG. So can I just, and I'll choose a follow-up. So can I ask members that we ask the questions, we can contextualize it and so on. Let's not over-explain so that we can get through the questions as quickly as possible. Honorable Maduna, I'll give you a chance to ask your follow-up. Please be brief. Then Honorable Bila, Honorable Neil May, and Honorable Atkinson.
No, thanks, Chair. I will be very short. My follow-up question would be, given that I think most of us, also the public chair, somewhere, somehow, you know someone that works for a municipal SCM or project management that is living beyond your means. It might be in your municipality, a particular department, and so on and so on. So with that being said, AG, I just want to check what would be an AG's comment if there would be a recommendation that all SCM staff and project management must be subjected to a lifestyle audit. I just want to check what would be your comment on that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maduna. Short and sharp and sweet. Thank you. Honorable Bila.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to all members present here. And thank you I want to thank the Auditor General for the comprehensive presentation that she has presented to us. Akensa Mwamwanat. I have some comments. I don't know whether it will end up being a question, but for now, I just want to comment on issues that have been raised here. We really appreciate the improvement that is seen here, but we can't be sitting here and clamp hands for the enemies of development and progress of our country. Because if people are not doing what they are supposed to do, it means they are enemies of what we are expecting to be happening in this country. Checking on the first slide, it was said that there are 10 non-submission of financial statements, and those who are submitting late and the delays. And according to my understanding, issues of submitting financial statements are for compliance, and there are dates that have been set already. On this day, all AFS must be submitted to the Office of the Auditor General. So I don't know what can be the medicine that can be given to these people who are seriously ill, not sick, so that they can change on this behavior. Consequence management, yes. Where it is necessary, disciplinary hearings, suspension, even expulsion, because they are not ready to work. There are those who are sitting on the yellow zone, chairperson, as it has been indicated, that they are there for more than 10 years, as long as they are said to be unqualified, but there are findings there. What is it that the Auditor General can do to assist these institutions to move from unqualified with findings into a clean audit, so as to create a space for those who are in the disclaimer and all other audit outcomes? The 30 million that was spent on the road that is not there, I think the issue of monitoring is lacking on our side as politicians, because we have to know what is it that is happening in the place where we are deployed. Then on the issue of material irregularities, there are many of these irregularities that have been not resolved up to so far. Is it not possible for the Office of the Auditor General to have a time frame that when are they expecting all the findings to be resolved by all these institutions? Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bila. Honorable Neil May.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation that we have received. And I think, Chair, the notable, I'm going to be brief and just make a few comments. And the comments are basically the repeat offenders. How are we as SCOPA now going to, I think that is something we need to look at, is how do we actually look at these repeat offenders and make our presence felt? The second thing, the culture of compliance is still prevalent. And that is the theme through most of the audits, is that something has to change so that consequential management must happen, and SCOPA can follow up on that. Discipline of looking after assets that entities and departments have. Management processes are still not up to scratch. The achievements that they are putting on their annual financials are not reliable. I think one of the other areas I think is where we can be of assistance, Chair, is that the importance of oversight and making sure that we are felt in those areas of SCOPA. because one of the things is you know, these reports keep coming, and we have to go out there and actually put pressure to make sure that they comply. The CETA is a problem, I have noted that, and of course cybersecurity. We are going into the aspects of AI, and I think it's very important that government actually looks at their cybersecurity, the ITC and the CETA. Otherwise, the other area which I was going to also mention was the lifestyle audits, but I think the SIU did say that they can do lifestyle audits, and that is something that we need to look at with the AG. Otherwise, Chair, those are my comments for now. I think the importance is public participation for us, make sure that the public know what we are doing, and the AG, and then do our oversight. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honourable Nilmay. Honourable Atkinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to keep it very, very brief because most of what I thought about this has actually been asked already, but it's really just about the repeat offenders and what has been done to bring those repeat offenders to account. I know a lot of that is our task, is through oversight and putting pressure on entities that are not complying, but I was just wondering what success you've had with repeat offenders and getting them referred to the authorities that can actually take action against them. Thank you.
Thank you. AG, let me give you an opportunity to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Maduna, I do think lifestyle audits would assist in terms of the journey of, let's call it, changing and revitalizing the supply chain management processes within government. I took note of the recommendations that came from the Zondo Commission, which were that the SCM processes in government need to be characterized by much greater professionalization. There must be investment in skills, continued professional development, a code of ethics that applies to everyone who has supply chain management responsibilities in government. And I think that a lifestyle audit process would be a good supplement to those imperatives as well. Honourable Bila Inkomo says the non-submission and late submissions, my suggestion is SCOPA ought to call them to account. Don't give them a free pass because if somebody, you know, I guess what we tend to do is if the financials are not there, we say they're outstanding and we can keep waiting for them to come through. And then a year goes by, another year goes by, etc. What we've done as Team AGSA over the last 2 years is to shine a much greater spotlight on this area as an invitation for the executive and for yourselves as oversight to apply yourselves to how we might push back against this. It's been interesting to observe how us shining the spotlight and using our MI powers, and I guess I'm coming to the point that Honourable Atkinson was placing on the table, a combination of us giving insight on these non-submissions and repeat offenders, as well as using our MI powers, has really helped to kind of move things in the right direction. I take note of the fact that the government printing works, after we used our powers, submitted their financial statements and attended to the cybersecurity problem. The compensation fund was one where they would also be late submitters for a long time. And this time around, they've caught up with their submission. Unfortunately, there remain a disclaimer of audit opinion. And by the way, they've been a disclaimer of audit opinion for 12 years now. So I think that we are doing our part to shine a greater spotlight and to change the conversation about these late submissions. And I do think that oversight, such as yourselves as SCOPA, could problematize this area and even call them in to have a real conversation and an accountability conversation with them. Similarly with the URN. And then the unqualified with findings, as AGSA, what we have been doing more and more is to give greater insight on why this category is undesirable. And to also take cognizance that perhaps we also allowed some of the auditees to feel comfortable at being unqualified with findings, because that was a step in the right direction. It still is. But we're giving a much greater sense that it's not adequate. There has to be something more done within public institutions. So we're using our insight to go and look at projects and give you a sense of what actually happens in these institutions, and give even the managers of these institutions a good sense of what they need to put as corrective action. I do think that some of them can move relatively quickly, as I was saying in the presentation. It's about insisting that they do. Some of them is just about some minor discipline of putting together quality financial statements. And so a combination of our work through insight, your work through insisting that accounting officers demonstrate that they have a plan that they are implementing as an audit action plan to really move out of this area of unqualified. I think that can certainly assist. Let's definitely work together to change the posture in the public service where we tolerate non-submissions, we tolerate unqualified with findings, especially if it's somebody who's been sitting in that zone for a very long time. I think let's all make them uncomfortable, because they really should be. Where MIs are not being resolved, so we are getting better at implementing these powers, and we're also getting better at processing the responses from accounting officers. Some of them, the issues take longer than others. So if it's an MI about not hiring staff for a neonatal ward, that can be done relatively quickly. Some of it is about making sure that you go through the court process of trying to recover funds, etc. So it does take a bit longer. So the matters are not all the same. So we have to kind of apply some judgment around how quickly we insist that there be action. But I take your point that we can really get better in this area. Honorable Neil May, I've dealt with the other questions around repeat offenders and lifestyle audits. I think that consequence management, to your point, does need ongoing attention by all of us, so that we do start to shift the culture. Thank you very much. Honourable Chair, I think I've dealt with the comments and questions thus far.
Thank you very much, AG. Honorable Skosana, I'm going to give you an opportunity because you were not around. But you can also, if you're not ready, I can come to you as a third. You want to go now? You'll come after. Okay, let me give you time to gather your thoughts. Honorable Beasley, and then Honorable Esek, and then we'll come to Honorable Skosana.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings to the AG. So just a couple of comments. Firstly, just to compliment the AG and her staff. I think they're one of the entities or organizations that we got huge pride in, and they do exceptional work. So really compliment the AG and to all your staff. As one accountant to another, well done. And then I think we've just got to be careful. We're talking up that there's been great performance, but I look at like a soccer game. We're losing 10-0, and now we're losing 8-0, and we say it's great. We're still losing. And I think that's important that we stress that there's still much needs to be done. But I think there are green shoots. We need to recognize it. But I think we're still losing the game significantly. And then the area I want to focus on is on financial health. You said 41% of the auditees are facing financial difficulties, and 71% departments have issues with cash shortfalls. Is that getting worse? And I think that's a big red flag appearing in the horizon, because if it's getting worse, it shows that our entities are facing huge financial challenges with the implication to the fiscus. And then if you can just give some more information on the school nutritional program. I think for us, when public harm is happening to children, it's really, really serious. So if you can just give a bit more information on that. And then the whole culture of accountability and consequence management. If you, AG, can give one recommendation how we can improve consequence management, what would that be? And then the MR status and just well done to you and your staff. I mean, 1.5 billion loss recovered, 1.8 billion loss prevented. That's amazing. And I hope the AG's office is taking a cut of that to offset your unpaid bills, but well done. And then I don't know if the AG picked up in any of these audits a non-payment of pension funds. it is coming up in the municipalities, and I don't know if that would be flagged as a material irregularity or breakdown with legislation, but if did the AG pick that up in any of the audits done provincial and national? And then, AG, thanks for all the question in terms of CETA. Chair, I hope you heard the concerns about CETA. So, yeah, thank you, AG.
Thank you. Honorable Esak, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Chair, colleagues. Yes, I think I could echo the sentiments of the AG's office in that I think that, there's quality work being done, and South Africans are very grateful. I'm sure Cabinet must have been very impressed, AG, with your presentations. Lots has been covered, so again, to avoid the repetitiveness, slide 17, AG, I've taken cognizance of slide 17 and slide 24, which of course were very, very interesting and a real eye-opener for us as SCOPA. So to be brief, I think there's a huge issue. Colleagues have expressed their sentiment in terms of the SOEs and the issue of audited statements that are not forthcoming. Nevertheless, it is up to us, AG, as you've strongly recommended, issues such as NSFAS, SA Post Office, and of course this organization, which I must be very honest, I'm not so au fait with, but I'm going to get into studying it, the one of Coastal TEVT College, that's never been able to produce any audited statements. So I've been looking and trying to focus on that together with my colleagues. The issue of AlexCo, I think I spoke about that one in our previous engagements. But yes, I'm very surprised indeed, AG, that you mention and speak of the cybersecurity. Now, in this day and age, moving into 2025, I think that's a matter of huge concern for us, across the different departments and ministries within government. So perhaps us as SCOPA need to be zoning in on the cybersecurity and the millions that has been spent, and in terms of what value we're getting. But yeah, I will not go into any repetitive questions. There was the question on CETA, which was just raised by my colleague, and of course on the level of tender corruption that you're able to investigate. I found it very interesting, AG, where you quoted some examples in terms of having gone back to various institutions to check on, like the ICU beds and the other construction sites. So perhaps that also gives us a lot of insight as to where we should be really zoning in on oversights and the issue of lifestyle audits. Thank you, Chair. Much appreciated. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Esak. Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to all honorable members and our support team, and also good afternoon to the Auditor-General. Yeah, no, Chair, we really appreciate the report as presented by the AG. I think we are seeing improvements on the performance of different auditees. If you track it from 2019 up to now, I think there's a significant improvement. And I think I want to also welcome what the emphasis that the AG has made with regards to the fact that the unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis is also an undesirable audit opinion. Our institutions, our public institutions, should strive for a completely clean audit. And if you look at the numbers, you can see that over the past 5 years, you've got more auditees getting an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis than those who are getting clean audit which shows that once these public institutions, once they get out of your disclaimer, your adverse, your qualification, immediately they arrive at an unqualified with matters, they settle there. They become comfortable that no, we have now performed. I think they're not putting enough efforts to make sure that they get a clean audit. So we really welcome that kind of an emphasis and the motivation that we should, all these public institutions, spheres of government and public entities should strive for a completely clean audit. More so because to get an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis, like you indicated, the main thing that you need to focus on is to produce credible financial statement. So it means these public institutions, in the main, they focus on financial statement, in making sure that their financial statement are credible. But they don't put more attention to the issues of performance and other things that can assist them to get a clean audit. So we really welcome that. I'm just concerned, AG, on the issue of non-submission, especially if you compare 23-24 against 22-23. Because in 22-23, the number of late or non-submission, it was only 8 auditees, whereas in 23-24, that number has moved to 38. So I'm really worried about that, and I wonder what could be the cause of this late or non-submission. Secondly, I'm also worried when we compare 2023-24 with 2022-23. As much as we welcome the improvement, because there are about 58 auditees who have improved in terms of their previous audit opinion. However, we also have 44 who have regressed. So while on one hand we are appreciating the 58, but we are also seriously concerned that a significant number of about 44 of them have regressed from their previous audit opinions. And I also see that on the slide that talks about the audit outcomes of state-owned enterprises at group level, the number of the percentage of late or non-submission is at 47%. That's very, very high. That's very, very high, AG. It's a matter of serious concern. And we know that in this country we've got serious challenges with the issue of state-owned enterprises. So if I think their submission is at this high percentage, it's really worrying, because we are dependent on the AG to get their own audit opinion so that we can look at the health, the financial and governance health of those particular state-owned entities. So if they are late and non-submission is standing at 47%, it's really worrying. Yeah, the last point, Honorable Chair, on the slide that talks about the quality of spend and overspending, where it says about 106 department, which is about 71%, have a challenge with cash shortfall, which amounts to 38.68 billion rands, and then about 150 of them, which is about 41%, they've got a challenge with deficits, which in total amounts to 69.33 billion rands. So I just want to find out as to what extent does the issue of budget cut had an impact on this? As we're all aware that in the past few years, as a country, we have experienced fiscal challenges that necessitated budget cuts from year in, year out. So to what extent has that contributed to this, wherein you've got about 106 department having a challenge of overspending and about 150 having deficits? To what extent does the issue of budget cuts have an impact on this? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. AG, let me give you a chance to respond again. Thank you.
Okay. Now, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Beasley, I agree with you that there is still much work to be done. And in terms of how we've positioned this report, is we must first give credit for the improvements that are there. There are many accounting officers that have made it their business to attend to matters that we had raised before. But we do also hasten to add that there is much ground still to be covered if we are to close the gap between the ambitions we have in terms of how government should operate and where things are. And we flag these key risk areas as an invitation for all in the ecosystem to account for these things, because we do believe very firmly that they are areas that, if attended to, could start to close that gap. Yes, financial health is getting worse, and maybe to the point that Honorable Skosana was raising at the end here, we are seeing that budget cuts do have an impact on the financial health of departments, because the less cash you have available to spend on what you have to spend on, you're going to end up with a cash flow shortfall. Unfortunately, the impact of budget cuts is exacerbated in instances where there were previous year cash shortfalls and deficits that are now being that are now being closed with a diminishing budget. So put very simply, if you overspend, let's say by 10 million Rand every year for the last 5 years, the next year's budget covers 10 million Rand, covers 10, so you're always short. And then if your budget should get cut, your shortfall gets even worse. So I'm raising this alarm to say it's crucial that we rein in the financial management practices within these key departments, especially in an environment where the fiscal environment is so constrained. The latitude to keep giving space for this gap to open up between cash in and cash out, that latitude is closing very quickly. So we do need to rein this in. Yes, some of it is systemic, but there's also a lot of it that's about how disciplined financial management it takes place. When you've got a shortfall, you are then put in a position where you've really got to think carefully about what you're going to prioritize and what you're not going to prioritize. And of course, you're put in a position where you have to be careful about how prudent you are with the scarce resources in your hands. The school nutrition program, we have a very detailed part of our report in the general report, and I do invite the members to please read it. We take such pride in putting it together. I will just give a quick highlight on what we found. We have raised material irregularities in 2 departments, one here in Gauteng, where we found that the school nutrition program was not being monitored. The supplier that was delivering it was not being monitored. And as a consequence, some of the hygiene disciplines were not being observed, and that was leading to harm to children. So we raised that, and we're finding that the accounting officers are responsive in closing the gap so that we get hygiene practices coming right. In another instance, we raised a matter where children were going hungry in that there was non-delivery of food, and that was in KZN, and we've raised that MI. The accounting officer in KZN Basic Department is pushing back on that item, but we have identified it, and it remains our finding, and we've actually raised and elevated it as a matter that needs urgent attention and resolution. We raise these things not because we want to mesmerize people with pictures of children whose food comes and they don't have utensils, which are some of the things we find, but rather because we want to start getting accounting officers to understand how management practices, or the lack thereof, has a direct impact on citizens. Some of the issues we identified are about how the nutritional value of the food being delivered isn't meeting the contracted upon standards from a nutritional value point of view. And of course, that has a direct bearing on children today and tomorrow. And so we're flagging it again as a key management practice so that accounting officers put in place controls to monitor their suppliers on this program. So those are some of the matters we've identified, but I do believe that section 4.2 of our report will give you even greater detail, so you can really zoom into that area if you'd like to. The culture of accountability, I'll offer a couple of things. You said I must raise one. If it was one as a South African, as a part of the accountability ecosystem, I would choose that we need to start getting people in jail, more and more people in jail, those who benefit inappropriately and fraudulently from public funds ought to be held accountable, and they need to serve their time. And we need to get more and more asset forfeitures happening from a law enforcement point of view. There are some, I just think we need to see more and more of that and be able to demonstrate it. Insofar as the matters I have direct oversight on and direct engagement with, I would suggest that we need to use the MI process within the parliamentary system as a tool for oversight. Every audit report now that you have will detail the MI we've identified if there is one. It'll also detail the status of that MI. I would suggest that when you see that as SCOPA, even if you are seeing it in your role as a member of a portfolio committee, use that information to get accounting officers to really account for what it is they're doing about it, about that specific MI, but also strengthening control so that they prevent a similar problem going forward. Let's not be only mesmerized with that specific issue that we've identified, such as a road not being built, but let's get accounting officers to give you a sense of how they're going to ensure that there aren't a recurrence of these problems. And then the 1 billion rand we've been able to save, to what extent do we participate in it? None. I would love nothing more than to get some of that money so we can settle some of the cash strain that comes with municipalities and state-owned entities that don't pay our fees. But that money goes back into the fiscus. That's what the law provides for. The non-payment of pension fund contributions by employers in the state, we've raised that in some of the municipalities. I do recall an MI, I just don't recall the specific MI, but the specific entity, but we have raised it through our local government audits before. We've not seen it in PFMA, but certainly in the local government audits. It's also, again, a financial governance and discipline issue. And we've got to keep pushing back on it. When people don't honor their obligations in terms of how they manage their cash. And then Honorable Esak, we flag these things about submissions or late submissions or non-submissions so that we can put these entities on your radar. So I'm glad it's working. You're going to look at the coastal TVET and you're going to start looking more carefully at Alex 4. And then Honorable Skosana, I agree with your view that the unqualified zone it should be uncomfortable. It is much too comfortable. And we've used the MI process, our ability to assess service delivery projects as well as the infrastructure projects to get the leaders of government in the provinces as well as national to really start thinking differently about unqualified with other matters. And then the non-submissions. So the 8 is updated from what we tabled last year. When we tabled the PFMA report this time last year, we had 31 outstanding at the time. Since then, we've completed most of those audits. So it was 31 at the time, and now it's 38. A major contributor has been, yes, some of the ones that were uncompleted through delays, but also still the non-submitters that if you keep missing every year, we keep counting it. But the comparative, the appropriate comparative from where we were this time last year is 31 against the 38 now. And yes, I agree. The non-submissions by SOEs should worry all of us because it does raise alarm bells around governance. And also, in terms of where you've seen regressions on audit outcomes, much of it is about a lack of stability of leadership or of staff in key units. but also about stability of controls and discipline. From year to year, things might go wrong. The trick is to keep worrying about improvements and keeping things moving in the right direction. And I think I've dealt with the matter of quality of spend. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
AG, thank you very much for those answers. So I have decided that I am not going to pose further questions to you, but make a request. So you have provided some very useful high-level insights. I think the logical next step for us should be to engage again with your office with a view to just getting to a set of maybe 3 or 4 areas that you've highlighted in your report, and maybe picking a sample of the examples that you are talking about, of some of the patterns that you're talking about, and asking your colleagues, and we're very also mindful of your own time, AG, so it does not need to be you. You can send someone senior in your office or the relevant people to engage with the committee further, because what I'd like us to do is to have the color. And when you were making those examples during some of your while you were initially presenting the slides, it was really useful and eye-opening to us. So I think that's a logical next step, so that when we have a strategy session and we begin our oversight, we really are as robust as possible in our work. And we can also target areas that are going to align with some of what you've done, which is what are the high impact areas. So it's not just the worst culprits, it's a combination of high impact and some of the worst culprits. What we'll also, and please take note for your own preparations on this, that some of what we will engage with your office about and ask to share some more insights on are ways in which we can achieve the following. 1, preventing a financial loss to the state. 2, matching budget to adequate objectives. In other words, the two need to talk to each other. Number 3, capacity building, particularly in institutions that are high impact or the worst offenders where the capacity is clearly lacking, so that we can begin to work with systemic recommendations that we make to the National Assembly in our reports, and then that go into the government system, but also inform the kind of oversight processes and conversations we have with the national executive and also provincial entities and so on, where it is appropriate. Otherwise, we might have you here until 4 o'clock, which is not a good idea, but we will engage with your office beginning maybe tomorrow, actually, and then we'll agree on an appropriate date between us where we spend more time just empowering the committee with further information and insight. I once again, AG, want to thank you for the work, and I'll make a couple of points. The first is that it's clear to me that the work of getting to a point where entities get clean audits because they've managed their affairs well, the governance and control environment is strong, and the objectives are met, is a multi-year journey. It doesn't happen in 1 year. And the point you've made, and this is why I want us to engage further, is that when you get a new leadership that is beginning to turn the ship around, sometimes it may appear to Parliament that the same leadership that is trying to fix things is not doing its work. So we need an appropriate measure of whether entities are heading in the right direction. Do we have the right people? How do we measure the extent of the progress? Is it as fast as it can be? Because we also don't want to be unreasonable in our expectations that people must perform miracles. At the same time, we don't want people who are always in perpetual improvement for 10 years and never get to the destination. So we need to find a balance where things happen quickly, but we recognize some of the systemic issues. Please, AG, pass the committee's thanks to everyone in your office nationally. We appreciate the work they do. We appreciate the conditions under which sometimes they have to work, because some people don't like the AG asking questions and they want to intimidate them and so on. We understand and appreciate all of those risks. So please specifically thank everybody on behalf of I'm saying this on behalf of the committee, everybody in your office. It undoubtedly has been a long year for all of us, but it's been a long and tough second half of the year for your office, given the work that you have to do with the PFMA and with the MFMA as well, because you have to do this at municipal level as well. We deeply appreciate the work that you do, and we appreciate that you continue to provide support to us, even on oversight visits and so on. So I'm going to leave it there, AG, and give you an opportunity to just make some closing remarks, and then we will adjourn.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'd like to thank you and the honourable members of SCOPA for your ongoing interest and support of our work. I've enjoyed this conversation. I'm hoping that we'll continue to create space for us to dialogue. But as you say that sometimes I'm not there, but I do have a most capable team that will dedicate their time to supporting you as you deem fit. We recognize SCOPA as a key recipient of our work, and so we will do everything we can to ensure that our work really does support you as you aim to realize your own ambitions. It is a long road ahead of us, but an exciting one, because I strongly believe that there are enough of us in the system that want to do good. So thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, AG. We shall nearly said we dismiss you. We will release you, AG. Honourable members, we will communicate just on our next steps. I'm quite mindful of the fact that it's a long year. We're going to manage our time and our energies effectively. So let's communicate in the next 24 hours about the next steps. But I'm mindful of the length of the year. So thank you very much. We cannot adjourn.